Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. I'd like to call the meeting of May 20th, 2022 to order. Do we have any special intentions? Councilwoman McKinney, would you lead us in a prayer, please?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Bow your heads, please. Lord God, thank you for this day and the opportunity to come together to make impactful decisions for our community and work together for the best of Kenner. On this day, please give us direction, fortitude, and grace to deal with anything that may lay ahead. May we seek your guidance and work steadfastly in your name. Amen.
Amen. And Councilwoman McKinney, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I didn't realize Councilman Carroll was trying to say something before the prayer, so Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to everyone. I apologize for my tardiness for that, but I wanted to add before the prayer was said that we keep in our prayers the victims from Buffalo, New York at the grocery store, the victims from the church, specifically I think it was Asian Pacific Church and the mostly African Americans in Buffalo for their prayers. And for some reason this set me a little bit different because until I saw the pictures of the individuals that were murdered, it kind of put me in a spot because most of them were African American grandmothers. We had our own situation in New Orleans with the lady, insurance lady that was dragged brutally through the streets, another elderly person. I believe it's good to pray. Praying is always good. But unless we have actions besides what we want to do, praying is just words. I think it's the responsibility for us as elected officials, for the administration, particularly for people who do acts of violence because of a person's race or the color of their skin, and to cowardly murder people like that. To know that these ladies in both situations were our grandmothers who physically could not get out of the way. They pretty much gave more by giving an opportunity for the younger people to escape because they could, but they could not move. They were just in a bad situation. And I believe we take opportunities on the Facebook and social media to address political ideas about how a person look, what they wear, but we don't take the time individually to address this, to say that these acts are wrong. We have to be able to be that voice to say, you have to stop this, particularly for the younger people, that we are doing things that are against everything our grandparents did. And if we don't say that, if we just keep saying, pray, that ain't gonna get it. We have to have action. We have to say it because we all come from different communities. We all are part of a different group, and we have to take that step to be able to say it. So I ask, obviously we're gonna pray, but if you get an opportunity for the council alike to speak to younger people, particularly about what they see on TV, what are these ideologies that people spew, that they think about that and talk to people because they're young, they don't really know as much as my son. A lot of things he repeat back to me that I have to help him with. So this is important for us as a community to be able to go forward, that we address these things every opportunity that we get. So I would appreciate it again for prayers for the families, for all of the families, and for even the shooters, the people who did these acts, for them too, because most of them were young. I feel sorry for them as well. So please keep them and their family, because now their families have to deal with this. So thank you very much for your time. Again, I apologize. Good morning again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk, Councilman Brannigan?
We also had an issue at Southeastern last night at the graduation, so we need to keep those people in the prayers to the shooting.
Any good news?
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum. In accordance with Council Resolution Number B14550, please be advised that all cellular telephones and other devices of this nature must be deactivated or silenced throughout the council meeting. Mr. Chairman, we've received a request to change the order of business to take item 8D at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Hayes, seconded by Councilmember Wilmot, to take item 8D at the beginning of the meeting. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 8D is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,979. An ordinance approving a conditional use permit for a casino building in the Lake Town Gaming District larger than 25,000 square feet located on Lot A-2-3 B1 Highway Park Subdivision, Kenner Jefferson Parish, Louisiana. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to open your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're now in a public hearing. The Planning Department Director has a presentation for the council.
Yes, thank you. I am here to present the case. As you know, we've been working on this for a few months now, re-subdividing and rezoning the parking lot where the casino Treasure Chest currently uses to be the site of their new land-based casino. They are requesting a conditional use, in this case, for a building larger than 25,000 square feet. The applicant is Mr. Richard Cortizes, who is with Jones Walker on behalf of the Treasure Chest. They're located at 5055 Williams Boulevard, Kenner, Louisiana, 70065. As part of the requirements, they did conduct an early neighborhood meeting, which was held on April 20th of this year at the Treasure Chest Buffet Room. Several residents from the surrounding areas were there. Several issues were raised. Issues regarding lighting, the parking, the possibility of the existing buffer being removed. These were all worked out between that meeting and when the Planning Commission met, and it's reflected in the ordinance. There are 4 provisos that were the result of those meetings. So, as I said, they are requesting that their building be allowed to be built larger than 25,000 square feet, which is part of the Lake Town Gaming District ordinance. Just as a quick reminder, the site is currently used as the parking lot for the existing Treasure Chest boat. Once construction begins, they are building a new parking lot behind Coconut Beach, and that will be their temporary parking lot, which they'll use to keep the boat open while they construct the new casino. As I said, the property is zoned Lake Town Gaming District. The property north of that is also is zoned Lake Town District. To the east is Lake Trail neighborhood, that's zoned single-family residential. South of the development, abutting it on the south side, is the Sugar Mill Apartments that was approved under a PUD, and across the street is the Planet Fitness development. The site for the casino, as I said, is currently being used as the parking lot. I want to go through some of the key parts of the site plan. The right notes here. So the building is approximately 136,000 square feet. It's going to be oriented in an east-west direction. The front entrance will be along Williams Boulevard. It will kind of have a porte cochere structure on the front, which will allow some protection from inclement weather. for pedestrians who are walking up to the front entrance, bus drop-off, and then valet parking. The site will actually utilize the 3 existing entrances that are located to the parking lot. The center entrance will be the main entrance and will be kind of landscaped and increased in size a little bit to be more like a little boulevard that leads to the entrance to the casino. There will be sidewalks and crosswalks located throughout the development, striping where it needs to be done, that will allow pedestrians to park and then make it to the entrance to the casino. I also want to note there will be a pedestrian entrance on the south side of the casino as well. They are placing a lot of their infrastructure requirements to the rear of the building. So the loading zone, the dumpster, the sewer lift station, and the grease trap, all required for the site, will be built on the far east side behind the building. It'll be away from, it'll be like 230 feet, I believe, away from the nearest residential development. They also are going to, as much as possible, utilize the northernmost entrance to the site for truck deliveries, garbage pickup, try to keep that along the levee and away from most of the parking and pedestrian circulation inside the casino. The setbacks for the site, they have far exceeded all the required setbacks. In the Lake Town Gaming District, they're required to be 100 foot from any residential development. They are 187 and 188 feet respectively from the residential apartments on the south side, and they're almost 400 feet off of Williams Boulevard and another 160 feet from the residential along Lake Trail. So they have met all their setback requirements. The landscaping for the site, make sure I highlight this. So there will be as part of the landscaping plan, they're showing that there will be an 8-foot fence along the development adjacent to the sugar mill, and also abutting the residences on the Lake Trail side. They will have a landscaped boulevard, as I said. They will also have 2 landscaped kind of retention areas to assist in stormwater management for the site. There's also a large tree preservation area that they have included on the east side. So if you notice in the drawings that were sent to you, they are essentially allowed 98 tree credits. And they have elected to use those tree credits to kind of take out some of the trees that would typically be required inside of the parking areas in order to provide full security and surveillance for the site, for their customers and people who are walking into the site. The site lighting, in this particular instance, they will utilize standard 30-foot poles along the perimeter, particularly on the south side and along the side that's adjacent to the Lake Trail residences. The lights will be directed downward, and we'll have special baffles that will make sure the light does not reflect into the residential areas. The building will be lit up with what they call washed lighting, which will just kind of be directed downward. The building elevations, the tallest point of the building will be 32 feet, well within the 65-foot maximum allowed in that zoning district. There will be an approximately 23, the porte cochere in the front will be about 23 feet tall, and it will be about 60 feet wide. There will be 2 large roll-up doors on the east side by the loading dock, and that's how they will access the casino building, supplies, food, other types of things. The dumpster, I should also note, will be enclosed and covered as per the code. This will be the main sign, which will be along Williams Boulevard. It'll be approximately 30 feet tall and about 13 feet wide. It'll have several different features. It does fit in with the requirements of the sign code. The steakhouse sign that you see will be flex face. It will not be a lit sign. It will be backlit. And then the TC logo will change colors, as you can see. I think there's on the right, you can see that the blue that's shown there, I believe that will change kind of with, similar to the colors in the star and the TC Casino logo. They're also requesting that 2 TC logo signs be placed, one on the northwest side of the building, the other on the south side of the building. They're also requesting 2 flex face signs, which you can see right here. These will be digitally printed, and they're able to be changed. They will not be lit. They will only be lit by the surrounding case that it's placed in. So they will not have their own illumination. They're also requesting 2 casino signs, one located on the front facade of the porte cochere and also one on the south side, as well as a valet sign located on the south side of the porte cochere. Their signs, they are requesting that they be granted an additional, I think, 180 square feet of signage. And that sign on the south side of the building, they're asking for that to be approved as well. I will say that the Planning Commission agreed, as does the Planning Department, and the Planning Commission did vote to approve unanimously the development. That concludes the presentation of the Planning Department.
Thank you, Mr. Dufour. Any questions? Councilman Hayes?
Mr. Dufour, since our public meetings, have you received any additional comments about the facility?
I have not, actually. No comments at all from the time we mailed out our notices for the Planning Commission meeting for this, and since then, I've gotten no comments or calls.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Director, for coming today. I just want to say that even though that is not my district, a number of people who live in some of those apartments right behind it are originally from South Kenner. So people just wanting to know, what's going on. And for the most part, they just wanted to know. They wanted to know how it was going on. So I want to congratulate you and your staff and the councilman from starting in one position and obviously dealing with challenges from both sides, the contractor, the citizens, the neighbors, the owners of the development. And I think at the end of the day, with the communication, everything, everybody didn't get what they want, but I believe the opportunity to speak what they had to say and to offer their opinions were heard. It just wasn't rushed through, as lots of time people think that we do that. So I just want to thank you, the Councilman Hayes, and our administration and everybody for sticking with it. And obviously, it is something good for the city of Kenner. But the quality of life in our city is very important as well. So as long as we can balance the two, I think we will always be in the better for it. So again, thanks for all your support.
I think this will be a very positive development for the city. And I'd like to thank the administration and Councilman Hayes. They were very supportive of this, and particularly the representatives from the Treasure Chest Casino, their development team. They worked closely with us. They addressed issues that I needed addressed throughout the process. And so I think it worked very well, and I think this will be a very positive development for the city.
Yeah, same here. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to come forward to address the council on this matter? Please come now. Seeing none, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to close the public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan for approval. Any discussion?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just want to say, thank you to the Treasure Chest. Thank you for the community members. I think that this is a successful thing for the community. overall, and I think we're moving in the right direction. The treasure chest has been a great partners for many, many years. This is a good direction. I think everyone will win in this instance, and we can just move forward successfully, and be happy. Thank you.
I don't think the treasure chest wants people to win.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's a little gambling pun. Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we pass this, I don't know, Wendell, if you're the proper person, or is somebody from Treasure Chest here today? Is a representative from Treasure Chest here?
Yes.
If you can come up, I just have a couple of questions.
Yes, good afternoon, Council Member. Richard Cortezes with Jones Walker, represent Treasure Chest and Boyd Gaming. Also joining me here today are Ron Fry, who's the Vice President of Design and Construction, and Kim Etlin, who's the Vice President and General Manager of the Treasure Chest. And I think, Councilman, you may have some questions, but before we begin, if you would indulge me, I just really do want to take a moment to thank the planning staff as well, the administration, and Councilmember Hayes for their engagement in this process. Councilmember McKinney, thank you as well, Councilmember Segura and Councilmember Carroll. Just wanted to make a quick note to your point, Councilmember Carroll. We went to the neighborhood meeting, to the Planning Commission. It was a unanimous decision. We also met with the Neighborhood Association, neighborhood residents to address the lighting, buffer zone, landscaping, security, signage. And again, this is a wonderful project, and there was a lot of collaboration from a lot of people. So thank you so much. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all as well on behalf of Treasure Chest and Boyd Gaming. With that, I know you had some questions, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mine is I guess is the issue is, and this is probably being rehashed, but I wanted to ask you anyway while we're here at the meeting before we vote. As far as the fees that Kenner will be receiving, in the past, they were based off a parking lot arrangement. Since the Treasure Chest is moving into the parking lot, how will that arrangement be? And is obviously it's going to change to some extent. Can you describe that for me?
Yeah, I actually, and unfortunately, I do not have the answer to that, but I'm going to turn it over to either Ron or Kim if they have the answer. If not, Councilmember, what we could do is we could certainly get you that information. That may be a separate question that I'm not sure if Ron or Kim are prepared to answer that at this point. My apologies, but we certainly can get you the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Mayor?
It's per passenger. So there's not going to be a passenger now. It's going to be anybody who attends the treasure chest.
So,
Yeah, if I may, it's not a parking thing. It's a passenger that would enter the boat. So it would be a passenger that enters the casino.
Now it's an
not
attendee,
changing.
now a
Yeah.
visitor, not a
Yeah.
passenger anymore, but it'll be transferred from passenger to
okay.
visitor.
Do we know how that equates with
I mean, I would imagine they would have a lot more people coming as they're building a new development. So the rate stays the same, but obviously we would hope more people would attend. So I would expect our revenues to increase.
What I remember from the negotiations, because y'all passed the contract basically last year, might be a little off, but I remember that y'all projected, the Treasure Chest Boyd Casino projected an extra $1 million, probably, I'll say that again, probably in revenue. And then we also, the Treasure Chest / Boyd Casino was very gracious in working with us for, and I got over a 4-year period, I believe it was another $1 million
For promotion
in
of
tourism, right, to promote the city of Kenner. So this is absolutely a win for the city of Kenner, as most of you all have said already. It will not affect us. I'll take that back. It will affect us. It'll affect us in a positive way, and I appreciate the Treasure Chest bringing in that potential extra $1 million of revenue to the city of Kenner for us, for the city of Kenner, and then also the $1 million of tourism that'll go toward tourism to promote the city of Kenner. That is over a 4-year period, I believe.
That's correct, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up. I actually meant to mention that as well. The Visit Kenner, Treasure Chest has made a donation of $1 million over a 4-year period to promote tourism within the city of Kenner.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor, for that information, and that is helpful. And I guess so in comparison, before, if we had a vehicle pull up and park, the city of Kenner would get revenues based off of that vehicle. Now it's by head. Since it's by head,
Councilman, there was never such a parking fee. It was a boarding fee.
A
Whoever
boarding fee.
boarded
Okay,
the
so
boat,
it's still okay, the way
there
it's
was a
still per
counter.
person, okay.
It's still
Okay,
per
that's what
person.
okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. So it is a boarding fee, and now it's per head. So it's, okay. All right, that's the main thing I wanted to have clarity on. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, sir, for coming up on behalf of Treasure Chest.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hayes?
Yes, sir. For everybody's information, right now, we're realizing between $4 million and $4.5 million, the city and the police department together. So obviously, it's totally important. And before we vote, again, a project well done by everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan?
I just want to thank Councilman Hayes and the administration for getting this deal done. I do have a question, though. On the extra $1 million, is that going to be divided by 5 on the council? And our capital money goes up by 200,000 a district?
What extra million? The million that's potential? Because I was very clear when I said
Yeah,
a potential
potential,
extra million.
right.
That will still go into the capital projects between this, and I'd have to look at the contract, but I would assume, from my memory, divided between the council districts, and also the police department. But we will check on that for sure.
Okay.
But you would only see that next year,
Right, I
Councilman.
I understand that.
And again, I'm being clear, a potential extra million. Don't leave here today thinking you're going to an extra million to divide between the Kenner Police Department and 5 council members.
I understand that. I got that.
But this wouldn't happen till probably 2 budgets from now anyway.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Segura, were you trying to?
Oh, well, no, I just, from my information over the years is that and we approved the lease last year that spelled out how all of the funds will be dispersed, and they're still the same as that lease that we approved. Nothing is changing from what I've heard. Is that correct, administration?
Everything stays the same as what it was, except that there will probably be an extra benefit in the future for the potential million, but also the tourism money is an extra million written in stone. I mean, it's in the contract, in the
Okay,
lease, sorry.
So the
Yes.
extra revenue that comes in from the boat, or no longer a boat, a land base, is always a plus to the city in whatever fashion it comes in, and then the formula disperses it. That's what we approved in the lease.
Correct.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll,
Yay.
Segura,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot.
Yay?
Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Chairman, I've also received a request to change the order of business to take item 18A at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business to take item 18A. Council members, please vote. Councilman Segura?
Well,
Councilman,
I'm being asked to vote, and I didn't realize this was going to be brought up.
Yes,
and I'm
Mayor.
not sure
that's
I'm in
executive
favor of
session.
it.
Yes.
Sorry. Do you mind if I do my mayor comments, because we have a guest in the audience that you requested, Mr. Torres, and he's in my mayor comments? If we get that out the way, it shouldn't be too long.
Sure.
Executive session could be a while.
Okay.
Do you mind?
No, let's do that, then,
Okay.
please. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. We have correspondence, reports from the mayor, CAO, or department heads.
Mayor?
Okay, I'm going to kind of run through some of my announcements, because I know the most important part of these mayor comments will be IV waste. Music in the Park will be again on the 20th, tonight. Contraflow in Heritage Park. Movies in the Park will be on the 21st, tomorrow, depending on the weather in Heritage Park. The Juneteenth Festival will be June 18th and 19th in Rivertown. We'll keep reminding everyone of that. This Thursday at 10 a.m. will be Memorial Day celebration, May 26th, in these chambers. Y'all are all invited, and also the public. Citywide sales tax revenues for May were up 18.25%, which is $670,000 compared to last month. For the current fiscal year, we are up about 30%, which is a little bit over $9 million. So good things are happening there. Just a little update on the mall. Met with Windfall Group this past week. They are far into negotiations to acquire the mall and the Macy's building to develop a lifestyle center, including residential, retail, and entertainment opportunities. So that's good news. They are negotiating with them. Candace Watkins has been working with this group since November of last year. The proposed development is consistent with the recommendations in the TSW study, if y'all remember those things. So that study did help. Windfall is returning in June to meet with us again, along with the representatives of the new administration. We reached out to them and city departments to make sure that this happens. We extend the invitation to the council as well to hear from the very experienced developer that potentially is coming in. I want to thank Candace Watkins for the work that she did on that. Councilman Brennan and a few other council members had asked 2 weeks ago, as a discussion, we're discussing some things about IDA and recovery with IV Waste and other vendors, but IV Waste came up, and I think, Councilman Brennan, I think you would have wanted to say, can we get them here, or we offered. So we did, and we've been talking with Mr. Torres, and he is here today to give a brief presentation, but also answer some questions for y'all, which I think will probably help anything that y'all have. So if you don't mind, we'll have him come up, and then I won't interrupt you again, go with the executive session.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Torres.
Good morning, and thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor, for having me. I know y'all have a long agenda, so I'm not going to be long, but I'll answer any questions that you guys may have. I'd like to make a quick statement and let you guys know kind of IDA and what we did and how we were involved in our part for IV Waste. When IDA hit the city of Kenner, we were in touch with the mayor's office, the administration, and working with his team to see what we could do to assist and help out. Thank you. Sorry about that. With the process. On the 29th, when it struck, after it struck, we had people here on the ground at the office, and we didn't have generators at our corporate office at the time, but we had our people here. Julie, the general manager who's here with me today, actually stayed here with her family in Jefferson Parish. As soon as they realized the lights went off and they were not going to have food, stores were closed, they left, but she stayed. We rented buses, trailers, got generators, got everything up and running because on the 26th, when the governor declared a state of an emergency, the mayor decided to ask us to help. The contractor, the debris contractor that was here, was not able to really mobilize as quick as we were with the equipment that we had, and we started picking up before the landfill was closed. I remember coming before the council 6 days, I think it was, at the Public Works trailer to come talk with you guys about the major piles that were out there and what we were picking up with the boom trucks, our other trucks, organic waste, tree limbs, branches. It was just a disaster, getting down the roads, getting down the streets. So with that process, we did make changes within our operation. There was no way we could keep up with the volume of debris. We hauled 5,000 plus tons outside of our regular garbage pickup here in the city of Kenner. And we picked it up. Our guys worked really hard to get it picked up, and we're still picking up stuff today. The boom truck runs 6 to 7 days a week. It's only contracted to run one. And we continue to pick it up. We need to address it with the council. We need to address it with the administration on how we're going to deal with these piles, because it's very specific on what piles we're supposed to pick up, but we're picking up piles the size of pickup trucks. And a lot of it is working together to try with enforcement to get people to follow the rules, apartment buildings, commercial establishments. But it is a massive undertaking. And then you add IDA to that, it's even worse. So we set up in the back of the Kenner yard, which was separate from the drop site, which was called the Kenner yard outside of the drop site, to handle Rich Tree Services, all the subcontractors that were working for the city of Kenner. They were bringing all their tree debris, all of their hurricane debris, including us, to that back station. When it got there, we had an excavator on top of the regular contract that we have to pick up the debris and bring it to River Birch and load it, okay? That continued to happen. If you go to the Kenner yard right now, you'll see a mound of C&D. We're keeping up with it. Kenny's working with us. We're doing the best we can. We discontinued using the tractor trailers, but we are using the roll-off boxes. It's just a lot of debris, still a lot of debris. People getting their insurance checks, tearing down their fences, The transfer station helps, the drop site helps to be able to be open. We're open 7 days a week now. But the reason I say this is because a lot of people were not aware of it and only saw what they saw in the news or what was said on outside of me being able to say it myself. Everything we did was authorized. We have emails, text messages to prove everything we did was authorized. And I want to tell you guys that I've worked directly with some of you guys on the council with issues that you needed with piles, large piles, big piles that were blocking driveways, roadways. And I feel that our team does a great job working hard to keep Kenner clean. We are very dedicated to keeping Kenner clean. We want to continue to keep Kenner clean, but there are things within the contract that definitely need to be worked through. But under the emergency declaration that John Bell Edwards enacted, we followed what the mayor asked us to do under his guidance, and what he asked us to do, we did, and we continue to do. But I just wanted to give a statement so that you guys, because I haven't talked to you, I've talked to some of you on the phone with some things when you had requests, but I wanted to speak publicly and let you know that we paid to have an audit done, a review done. I hired Kushner and LaGrange. I'm going to give every one of you guys a copy. They went through every single ticket. They went through every single River Birch bill. They went through every single work order that we have. They did a full report on every single piece of debris that was weighed at the River Birch landfill, and they matched everything to every ticket, every work order, and I'm happy to present that to you guys and give you a copy of that so you guys can go over it and see it as well. But my lawyer, he jokes, he says, the one thing you didn't do, as an entrepreneur, when there's a problem, let's go fix it. And when the lights are out, power's not on, and you're doing all of that, there should have been probably, if anything, he said, you should have got something signed before you started all of that. That's on me. I wanted to get it clean. I wanted to help out quick. I showed up 3 days after the storm had passed. We mobilized. We got all of our guys food. We were the first garbage company picking up before the landfill even opened. And I don't know if y'all remember, but I came to y'all saying we were having problems with the times of the landfill being open and getting the trucks dumped. So anyway, I just wanted to clear the air with the statement there. I want to thank y'all for being a partner, because I consider y'all partners in this and working together to help keep Kenner clean. But that has to do with IDA. As far as the recycling goes, I'm here to take all the questions that you may have on that. When we started this contract, Julie Tafara, my general manager, surprised me like 2-3 days before we were about to start to tell me that there was no place that was going to take recycling in this area that we could bring it to. And I asked her, I said, well, where does Jefferson bring it to? And she says, well, they built a MRF on the West Bank, and they bring it there because Julie used to work for Waste Connections. And so we started looking around. We went to Republic Services on Airline, and we said, can you please just help us in the beginning stages to get this done? And Julie was able to make that happen, and she got them to take the trucks for the first week or two until we could build that little MRF that's at the city of Kenner's drop site. That was $100,000-something that we threw together because there was no way we could take those little trucks, drive all the way to Baton Rouge every 3 days a week, and try to be back here on time to try to get the recycling up. So we put in a drop site there, a little corral with an oil separator. We got the permits for that, and we built this little, inside of the drop site, a little recycling area. Is it the best? Is it the greatest thing since sliced bread? No, it's not. But it was something that we could at least put it on the ground, load it into containers, and bring it to Baton Rouge to the recycling MRF. We recently activated a double trailer that carries 240 yards, so we're bringing about 80 yards a week now of recycling to the MRF. But I don't know if y'all remember in the beginning, we sent out newsletters letting all the residents know, including the council and administration, that we have been struggling with the contamination. Propane bottles and trash cans, garbage in trash cans. I mean, we have documentations and photographs to show all of this. Be happy to share it with you. But I think the biggest two things right now that we need guidance on is these bulk piles, which we have been documenting every single one we pick up before we pick them up, because it's important for you guys to have it, for us to have it for our records, because we want you, and we put the address, we put the month, we have the day, and so we really want help on how do we address these large construction commercial piles that people are putting out from contractors working on their house that that are not within our contract. Our contract calls 75 pounds, 4 foot tall, 6 foot wide, and it's got to be bundled. And so we're having to send boom trucks out to get stuff that's scattered all over the lawns and sometimes in the streets. And so our truck's having to run 6 to 7 days a week. More than happy to figure out a way to deal with it, how we deal with it, but we're doing it. And since all this stuff has occurred and all the news stories, we have not billed one dime other than the one day for that boom truck. We've been keeping track of it. We have a record of it. We have photographs of it, but we continue to pick it up, and we need to address it and deal with it. Same with the recycling. In San Francisco, we just bid the New Orleans contract, so we did a lot of research on recycling and how can we make recycling better. We're actually hiring a recycling czar who's going to work for us for hopefully, if we win the New Orleans contract, which we hope we will, and it looks good. But if we do, we're going to have a department just for recycling. I've actually worked out a deal now that it's public, everybody will know, with Waste Management's transfer station on Michoud to bring all recycling to their big transfer station, and they will carry it to Baton Rouge in a 110-yard walk-in trailer for New Orleans. I'm probably going to end up having the Kenner trucks go there as well, so we can get a lot more volume, but we're still going to be dealing with the contamination issues of getting it cleaned up before we bring it to them. So anyway, I'm not going to take any longer of time. I want to make a quick statement. I know you all have a long agenda, but I wanted to bring all of this to your attention publicly, and I'm willing to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Yep.
Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Torres, for coming today and giving us and the public the ability to find out more about how things are done with the recycling and waste pickup. Now, as far as the recycling issue in particular, the contamination, could you talk about that a little bit? Because that seems to be a hiccup that we're having, and I know, and I've mentioned this before, and I know several people here are aware. My house in particular is a big recycling house, so I think it's very important, and we all want to make sure it's done right. So if you can elaborate on that.
So it's really interesting because even in the city of New Orleans, I asked the percentage. I think what was it, Julie? What was the percent? 3% for the whole city of New Orleans actually gets recycled, and New Orleans has a lot of homes, and so Kenner. I was surprised when we took it over because there was nowhere that was taking the recycling. So I don't know where the old vendor was bringing it, but we couldn't figure it out. We did this. We built a little site. But the contamination is mostly like plastic bags, food, like pizza left in boxes. I think a lot of the elderly people like the smaller cans, the 35-gallon cans. Julie has emails to me that she printed when we first started this contract fussing. We don't want the 35-gallon carts. We can't do that. We need to do what Romelli was doing with the 18, so when we pull up to the house, we can look at them and say, leave it down, which the contract calls for, don't touch it, and then move on. What happens is our guys grabs that 35-gallon cart. They don't see that there's garbage in it. Only they might see some recyclables on the top. They dump it in the bucket. The truck's contaminated. They're not going to dig back in the bucket and put it back in the can. So we have to deal with it from the house, from the homes. Like if there's more people like you that are strict about it, like in San Francisco, they have code enforcement that go around, dig through the cans, and they write citations to the owners. I'm not suggesting that, please. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that they're really strict on enforcing it, which makes it easier for the hauler to be able to manage. I think if it was up to me, I would suspend it. You can cut the money until you figure it out. I'm not, I want it right. I want to fix it, but it's going to take a lot of public announcements, a lot of working with the council and the administration through districts, through the council, and figuring out how do we get everybody to understand. Maybe we invite people to come to the MRF out at the Kenner drop site so they can see what we're talking about and do videos of it. We were supposed to do it with the mayor. We sent photographs, and we never did. We did the newsletters to the individuals, but we never got to really do it the way we want to do it. But I suggest we all work together to figure out a better way to do it. And if it means holding off on recycling, not paying for it until it does, I'm not suggesting that. But what I'm saying is, to me, I'd like to get it fixed too, because it would be great if New Orleans is doing 3%. How great would it be if Kenner was doing 10 to 15%? And maybe gauge it. We track it each month, but to gauge it where you guys are involved with it as well.
The contamination itself, I've been told by several citizens who just recently went and took a tour of one of the recycling plants, and they said that that particular plant, and I don't know the name of it, but that particular plant actually goes through, they put all the tin and whatnot on a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
And then they go through it and they sort it out, what's contaminated, what's not contaminated. They said they'll take it all regardless. We don't do that?
We can't. We don't have the conveyor belts to do. You have to have conveyor belts. So what happens is that when the trucks dump in the pile, right? They go, okay, bottles here. You know, they separate it with conveyor belts, and as they're doing it, it's going to this can, and this one's going to that can, and that one's going to this can, and then what they do is they bundle it up and compress it, package it, and sell it. We don't have the setup at the Kenner yard to do that. I mean, I threw this drop site together, the Kenner recycling drop site, within a couple of weeks because we had to get it to Baton Rouge. Could we set that up? Could we invest the money to do that? Yes, we could. And I would be more than happy to go to the site where you are, and I'd be more than happy to. Julie's still trying to reach out to people around here to see if they'd take it, and on St. George Road and Republic, and they won't take it. Baton Rouge is the only place that will take it. Now, Waste Management is talking about building a big facility at their Michoud drop site, which would be incredible because then you don't have to haul it anywhere. You just go right there, drop it, they sort it, and then they give you a check for whatever they sell. But right now, we did what we could do to try to get the stuff recycled. Is it perfect? No. I'll stand here right now and say, and the way we look at it, we have cameras over the drop site. Julie has cameras in her office, and the managers who schedule the roll-offs each night before the trucks go out on their routes, they look at the cameras, they separate it. The guy who separates, he separates the food, the contamination to one side, and the stuff that looks good to the other side. Is it a perfect science to where it's perfect? No, it's not. I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that it's not. But in order to get it to a perfect science, we would have to do what put conveyor belts and separate it at the actual drop site transfer MRF. And so I'm willing to invest the money in doing that, but I think we need to look at the bigger picture and say, okay, how do we fix this to get the residents to participate and properly, like at my house, we have it, you open up, you've got the trash, and then you got the recycling, and we keep it separate. But some people just throw it all in, and they don't properly recycle. So the taxpayers end up paying the price for that because of that. So that's why I'm saying maybe you put a pause on recycling until you can figure out an overall, because you're paying, I think $30,000-$40,000 a month for recycling. And in looking at the percentages, New Orleans is 3%. I can get you what Kenner is, so we know what it is, but it's about 80 yards a week we're bringing to Kenner now. Baton Rouge, Republic Recycling MRF, and we get a ticket and we submit that with our bill. So, but I'm open. Like I said, I'm open to figuring out the best way to do it.
So we're not using a local recycling plant. We're actually sending it to Baton Rouge.
Yeah, we have to, because there's no one here locally that will take it commercially. We've called the people on St. George Road. They said they can't handle it. They're not taking it. Republic Services will not take it unless you bring it to Baton Rouge, because they own the one in Baton Rouge. They're only using theirs on. They have the same thing we have here. It's just a place to drop it. They load it, and then they bring it up there to separate it. Baton Rouge has gotten better with us about letting because it is contaminated, some of the stuff that we're bringing there, but it's not as bad. But there's no science to it. Right now, it would be nice to have the conveyor belts to be able to separate and bundle it up and do it like that, but we're just not in that position to do that right now.
Thank you for that understanding, Mr.
Yes,
Torres. Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Brannigan.
Sydney, on the recycling weight, do you know what the weight is of that 80-yard truck that's going?
It's 80 yards, so it's 40-yard containers, and it's 80 yards of material in there.
So if that 80 yards of material went to the dump and we paid regular tipping fees as garbage, how much is the savings between it being labeled as garbage versus, what we're paying for recycling?
Right now, it's very light because it's just paper and it's
Right.
not heavy. So Julie can get 5 tons for 80 yards. So you're looking at 2.5 tons if you brought, a 40-yard to the dump.
Okay.
So that would be, what would the calculation be on that, Julie? On theirs. 180-ish for $180. And don't hold me to this. These are estimates,
no.
but I'm
I
just saying,
know.
if a contaminated can goes to the dump and it gets weighed, 180 for two 40-yard cans.
But what I'm looking at is how much are we saving by not going to the dump and continuing to recycle? I'm a big recycling household, okay? And I'll have my 35-gallon can full and 2 boxes next to it. But I guess my question is, I'd like to know what the cost savings is for the weight if it went to the cost of, if it went to the regular dump on the tipping fee versus sending it to the recycling, what we're paying.
I'll get Julie to put something together in
You
emails.
don't have to have that right now.
No, but I think that, listen, I love this dialogue. This is what we need to do to figure out how do we solve it, fix it, get it right, so we can do the right thing. If they pay us, you guys pay us $40,000 a month to do it. To me right now, until it gets straight, I don't want to not get $40,000 a month, but I'm willing to say, hey, let's put a pause on it until we can figure out, how to do it, because there is a better way to do it. And I think once Waste Management opens theirs, that's going to be great, because then everything goes in that trailer. And the stuff that gets kicked back, we'll have to pay the difference of the contamination. Instead of right now, we're limiting the cost that we get kicked back because we're kind of guesstimating it as we're looking at it. This is too much food, too much that we can't recycle, and we move it to the side. And I'd be more than happy anytime y'all want to come meet out there and show you our process so you can understand how we do it. But it's not perfect, I can tell you that right now. It's just kind of, we're doing the best we can with what we inherited.
Well, I think that education of the Kettner citizens is needed, because my stepdaughter puts a pizza box in a recycling bin, and I went inside and I'm like, what the hell are you putting a pizza box in a recycling for? Well, I didn't know you can't do that. So I had to condition her on where the dirty pizza box goes, versus where she put it.
Well,
also, if we did stop recycling or, put it on hold, my concern there is that people at a recycling store throwing it into the garbage can, they may not go back to recycling.
Correct.
So
Correct.
it's habit and being conditioned. So I think that we need to educate our citizens that pizza boxes, milk containers, things like that have to be washed out before they put in there so that they do not contaminate the load.
Well, I agree. I mean, you guys campaign and you do a lot of signs and you have a lot of connections with your constituents in your district. So there's no better person for each council person to help in their district get everyone to understand the process,
Do you have a flyer basically saying this is what we can't put in? Well, I know you
We
can't
do.
put the big laundry detergent bottles and stuff like that in. The
We
number
do.
2s on a recycling?
We do. Yes, we do.
Okay, do you have like milk containers, pizza boxes, a list of things?
It lists everything on those
I
flyers.
thought I saw something somewhere.
It
But
does.
as you can see, I have a lot of papers.
But it's
to
just
deal
like
with.
my teammates who we work together. They always say, like, why do you always have to tell them to put the can back sideways? Why do you always have to tell them to not leave a bag or 2 bags next to the can? I mean, you have no idea. Every morning, Julie and I get an email report. At 4:30, the trucks arrived at the Kenner yard. At 5 o'clock, they were en route. And then we're having to constantly remind them, because we still have problems, and I know you guys see it from time to time, where they'll leave a bag or 2 next to a can, or they'll leave something that's easy to pick up, that they can pick up, that they'll pass by, and we have to tell them to come back and all that. So, but you got to be very persistent with doing it. And when it comes to training and working with people to understand recycling, you need it on both ends. You need it from the contractors end, and you need it from the government's end to really push the enforcement.
If you could get me and the council a copy of the I think it was a 1-page document.
It was.
That explained that.
Yes.
I will blast it on Facebook through my personal, my councilman Facebook, everything. And I would recommend to my council members, do the same thing. That will start the education process.
Yeah, I think that's great. And Julie's probably not going to be happy I say this, because it's going to, but I personally would rather go back to the 18-gallon bins. Because and I know you're shaking your head. A lot of people feel the same way, but what I'm saying is that when the guy goes to the 18-gallon bin, he can see there's pizza in it, there's this, and he doesn't touch it. He leaves it, right? I mean, I'm saying ultimately, if we can't, there's just different ways to look at it, but that is an issue. So just letting you know.
Maybe we can just take the tops off the cans.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's, whenever
It would
y'all.
be-
Look,
would be
it's an
too deep of a
education
container.
process. So
It is.
If she sends that document to me, I'll forward it to
Okay,
everybody.
got it, done.
Thank you. Councilman Hayes?
Mr. Torres, I think you and everybody here knows what you have done. And I don't know what we would have done without you. If we made a mistake in all of this, is that you have not been here enough, just like you're doing today. I'm glad you did an audit. I hope some of these people that are commenting on social media ask to see the audit. I doubt if they will. I need to tell you that there was never once that I have called Judy that something hasn't been done. Nothing makes me mad as when you drive down Power or Vintage and see the trash that people have thrown over their fence, hoping, I guess, that somebody will pick it up. So in many cases, it's a cultural thing. But listen, I thank you totally for what you did. You don't hear that enough from us. You really don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. That means a lot. It really does, and I appreciate that, because let me tell you something. It's been tough, and John Litchfield always says, don't ever say that, but I'm going to tell you, it's been tough when you're being accused of something and you know that you put your heart and soul in doing what you do. We care about it. We watch it daily. We make sure that there's never been one route left down in this city since we've started, and if there's an issue, we pull the camera footage, we look to see what happens, we see how quickly we can fix it. But like John says, your entrepreneurial spirit is a plus and also a minus. Sometimes you got to hold off, especially with government. When you're doing things, get everything in writing, do everything, you know, and that's probably our biggest issue there. But I do feel very good about this audit that we did. Kushner LaGrange is a very well-known accounting firm, and it was very expensive to do, but it ties every ticket to every landfill bill.
Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add in one more thing. The drop-off site, man, I really appreciate that. You open 7 days a week, even on Sundays. I went there this past Sunday, and I said, I wonder if it's open. And naturally, sure enough, it was open. And sometimes it's necessary on Sundays. But 7 days a week, fantastic, from 9 to 3. The public needs to be aware and utilize that, because the citizens of Kenner have that benefit there. If you have the ability to get any the products that you need to get rid of, that's where you can go 7 days a week. So thank you for that. And the gentleman who works at that facility.
Mr. David.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Does an excellent job.
He's amazing, and all of our teammates, we try to hope that they have the same care and passion that we do, and he does. And just to Councilman Wilmot, I appreciate you saying that, because the drop station, if you look in our contract, the city of Kenner was supposed to pay for that. And again, I'm not asking for it. I said it's a 10-year contract. I went out and I wanted it done, the entrepreneurial spirit. I went and did it, built it quick. It was $400,000+ in cash that I put up to build that. And I did it because it helps our guys on the streets too with the stuff that they throw out on the curb. It allows people to have a place to bring it instead of just throwing it illegally on empty lots or wherever. So I'm glad you brought that up, and we will continue to keep it open 7 days, and we will continue to help the residents be able to have a place to bring their stuff.
Thank you for that. And one more thing I want to mention, because it's like in the past I've heard, like, you can hear the trucks coming down the street and you know it. Sometimes 5 o'clock in the morning you can hear them. I don't hear your equipment at all. It's so
a lot of grease.
Off to you. They're very good. They're well maintained. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Kenner Streets. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Torres, thank you for coming today. And also, I'd like to thank Ms. Julie for her participation whenever I would call, even in an untimely manner, because I'm kind of more nocturnal. And I don't think when I call, but she's always was gracious to call me back. So thank you, Ms. Julie. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming today. Obviously, my question is going to stay towards the recycling end. Before I ask a couple of questions, I'm going to have to adamantly disagree with Councilman Hayes about culturally, about people throwing trash. It has nothing to do with culture. It has to do with an individual. You either are understanding about how it's going to affect your family and your neighbors and the community, or you are not. It doesn't matter what district you live in. Doesn't matter what your culture is. So that is not it. It is individuals choosing to do something that is unhealthy, unsafe, and not respecting their neighborhood. Simple as that. Also, as far as it relates to the recycling bins and the recycling process as a whole, because the next administration is going to have to decide, do we pause, do we get rid of, do whatever. So that is going to be something that needs to be looked at without making, a decision tonight on that. But specifically about the bins, do we change it or whatever we do? But one of the things that I think has affected the overall recycling process is based from the old contract to this one is that in the old contract, everybody received a recycling bin without asking, without going on the internet, without doing anything. That is not the, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is not the case with this contract. You have to go through a process to request a recycling bin. Is that
Yes,
fair?
that's correct. And the reason it's correct is because if we went out and put all those 35 gallons, the contamination would be even worse. So we spent a lot of money on TV promoting to register so we can send direct emails and newsletters to the individuals who receive those. We're contracted to if anybody calls, we have to bring them. But the participation was basically through TV and advertising to get them to do it so we can try to help get them to understand this is not a garbage can. Because if we just drop that 35 gallon in every home like we did the 95s, people are going to just use it as a trash can, and it's going to be a problem. That's why I said, and Julie doesn't want me to say this, but I would be more than happy, even though we put out 10,000 of those 35 gallons, to go and pick those up and put 18 gallons everywhere, because then it's easy for us to see when we pull up to the curb that there's contamination in it, and we can't put it in the back of the truck. So that is the reason why we did it in that fashion. And I know that there was an email that I want to clear this up too, because you brought up a good point. There was an email put on the news that showed a one-sided email because the previous contractor is suing me for unfair trade practice, which there was none, so he's not going to find anything. But he's resorted to technicalities, and he pulled an email and it fed it to Lee Zirk. It's not hearsay. His lawyer said it yesterday in court that he's the one giving everything to Lee Zirk through Romelli's attorney. And so they gave a one-sided email during COVID where we said we were going to go to the individuals that were registered. We were going to drop off a can and just pick them up. They were going to be on an iPad. That didn't work, okay? There was another email that came after that and said, we're going to have to run the whole route. And like I said, we have cameras and GPS. I can pull all the records to show we've been running the entire city, the 3 days a week, with a can or without a can. So if you have a box, a bag, or anything that's recyclable on that area that we're running in those districts, we pick it up as recycling. We just don't give those 35 gallons unless you register, because all we're going to do is be putting more contamination into the truck, into the facility. That's the reason why we made that decision.
Okay, and listen, I'm just going to stay on subject. My point is, the old contract, everybody got a can.
18-gallon can, let's be specific. That's
So
a little bitty
Can I just finish,
Yes,
sir?
sir.
And
Oh,
you can-
absolutely. Absolutely.
The old contract, everybody got a can. The new contract, for whatever reason, the business decision or the contract was negotiated to do it a certain way. If we are looking at ways to improve, I am saying from most of and a lot of my constituents, we have to figure out a way to do it a different way, to be able to give everyone a can. Now, does that mean applying them at the Public Works? Does that mean having them fleet somewhere? But we have to do something. If we just assume that we don't want to give it because everybody is not going to do it or they're going to do the contamination, that's another story. We still have to address the proper way. We have a fantastic with Fortunato with our K76 and we're going to have to address that. But what I'm saying is not to give everyone a can reduces our effectiveness with the recycling. If we're going to do it, let's look at other ways. Besides, the internet is great, but there are some people who don't live in the internet world. Particularly, I want to say in my district, they live in their world, and it doesn't include social media. So let's look at other avenues, other ways to afford people those cans besides your way. And I think it will increase if we decide, or the next administration decide to go in that direction, pause or whatever. But that has to be something we look at as well.
Councilman Carroll, I respect what you're saying, and I think I didn't do anything on my own business decision. I've communicated directly with the administration on the decision. I worked with them. They were well aware of what we did, how we did it. They approved what we did, and that's why I'm sitting here saying to you, I'm open to do whatever is best for the city of Kenner to keeping it clean and getting people to recycle. And I think the 18 gallons work better than the 35s, and I think that everyone, if we had the ability to look in the can. Remember, when we took the contract, it changed at the last minute from an 18-gallon, which is this big, compared to a 35-gallon that's this big with a lid on it. So that was a major change, because the contract says if you come up on the 18-gallon and you see contamination in it, you leave it. On the 35, they grab it, they dump it. It's too late. So I'm open to do whatever is best for the city of Kenner, and I'm willing to do whatever y'all think is the best thing to handle it, including even if you cut the pay.
We can look at that with future discussions.
Yeah, I want to finish my train of thought with Mr. Torres. Again, I'm saying, and I said, and I was clear, that the decisions from the contract, which would include the council and administration, was to not do it in the way we did it before. So I'm not, Mr. Torres, blaming you.
Mm-hmm.
You only did what we negotiated with the contract to do. I just disagree with that process, and that now, since we know, we should start looking at ways, is it going to be a bigger can, a smaller can? That's part of the process as well. We will have to use our KTV to educate people throughout and on a continuous basis to educate people, because, you know, people who move in apartments, move in homes, younger families particularly, they may not know, and they may not pay attention until after they become homeowners. So it will be contiguous with the knowledge and learning. We with your support, working on, do we move forward, do we move back? But I'm just saying, one of the things we should do is add something more to giving people opportunities to receive whatever bin we decide to use. And I think that will make it more efficient, and in the process of being educated on it, we'll support your guys as well.
Absolutely, I respect that, and like I said, we also, I didn't say this, not like I said, but we spent about $35,000 on TV in the very beginning, trying to get people to register on Fox 8, on WWL, on WDSU, and WGNO. So we really tried to push in the early stages, heavy on TV to register people. It wasn't like we were just internet, but I welcome what you're saying, and I want to make and do whatever's best for the city of Kenner is our position.
And again, and this is my last time saying it, I am not saying that you didn't do a good job. But what I'm saying is that you may not be privy to, or now you know, everyone within the city, particularly District 1, do not work in the confines of social media, and so they need other areas to do it. They're still paying their taxes.
Right.
So we have to find other ways to address, to reach out to those people as well, along with your support.
I agree.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Senor.
Thank you, Council President. Sidney, again, as you've heard, thank you for what y'all have done, both in the normal pickup of our trash, recycling, and then also after the hurricane, you know, the tremendous amount of burden that was put on y'all to help out with the debris removal and that. And there's still debris removal, as you mentioned, and I agree, and there is a fine line for both the administration or us to somewhere say what is now still hurricane debris pickup, or what is the remodeling of my house or apartments where a contractor is hired and they should be the ones hauling that debris, trash off, and not just put it on the curb where people think it's your responsibility. And I understand the contract doesn't really say that that's your responsibility. But we need to get that message some way out there through code enforcement, through whatever whatever it takes to point out that most of, if not all of the debris that's being put on the curb today should be from contractors doing refurbishing and remodeling, and it's their responsibility to move it away. So the next thing is on the recycling, and you know, I think you've gotten a message from other councilmen how much they believe in recycling. I, as acting mayor, was the one that re-signed and put us back into the recycling. That's how much I wanted it, and when I got that opportunity as mayor, jumped on it. And at that point, I was told, when I asked what would it take to get it restarted, and they said, well, it's in the contract, which is an option, you need to sign it, but you got to fund it. And then when I reached out to say what it would cost, I realized that as acting mayor, we don't get paid the mayor's salary. So I took the unused mayor's salary and used that to fund the first year of the recycling, and then let, in this case, Mayor Zahn, who came in, decide whether he wanted to use his mayor's pay to to keep funding it or find some other funds. Fortunately, I guess he found other funds. But the point still is, I want recycling, and we just got to work through these issues. Now, some of the concerns I'm hearing is the size of the can. Everybody should have a can. I think everyone should have a can. I don't necessarily say the 18-gallon is the right one, because I'd need probably 6 or more of those to put out. And I don't know if you guys want to line and dump all 6 of those. But I understand the concern of the debris, not knowing what's in the 35. But one thing that I would point out that I think will help, I don't think that 35 should have been a black can, just like the 96 garbage can. It should have been distinctively different to let people know this is recycling, this is regular garbage. If it's a distinctively different color and shape can, you can get that mindset and drill into their head, use that for recycling. Right now, they just look at it, it's just a add-on garbage can. So that's a catch that I think you need to address, whatever fashion as we talk on. The size of the can, like I said, I would love to use my 90-something gallon for recycling, but I know that's what's conditioned to be the garbage pickup. So that's what I'm hearing, and I think Councilman Carroll's correct. Everybody should get a can because we do want everybody to participate. They just got to understand the rules. The rules are what goes in this can for recycling, and know it's a recycling can. We can then advertise and help them understand, don't put a pizza box with pizza still in it, or this type of plastic or plastic bags. That can come through the education. But I still think the shape or the color of the can needed to be different. So hopefully in the coming months, whatever happens with recycling, these ideas can be factored in to help solve both problems, yours and ours. I do see the debris as still a long-going project that needs to be addressed for what is still IDA debris versus construction, remodeling, and put the burden back on the contractor who is being paid to haul it off, just says, I'll put it up there and let you do it. So with that, those are just my comments and concerns on both the debris and the recycling, and I think they need to be addressed. Thank you.
Yes, just 2 things I'd like to address that you just, the blue cans was an idea that we wanted to do, but because of COVID and because of all the stuff that was going on with the factory at the time when we started this contract with COVID it was going crazy. They were like, if you want to get this on time, you're going to have to do it the same, I guess the way they print the logo, the same color, the same thing, and that's why we went with that. But I originally wanted to do the blue, and that's something we definitely will do if y'all want to go and get everybody a 35.
Thank you, Councilwoman McKinney.
Thank you, Council President. And I just want to say thank you for coming here. I don't want to belinger the point too much longer because we have a lot of other stuff to do. But I think it's very important that we have a longer, more specific discussion with the public on recycling program, because I think there are a lot of nuances to it that we can't touch on it today. I mean, and like other people said, I recycle, and hearing that some of it's being thrown in the trash because of other people, I'm like, well, what's all of the effort that each of us put into it? Is it really worth the effort? So I do think education. I do think a lot of those things are important, and we need to develop a strategy to deal with all that together. But we need a lot more data, we need a lot more information, and we need citizen input on that, in my opinion. So, that's my main gist of that. And of course, we're doing a council investigation on some of the expenses for IDA. I certainly would, love to talk to you and get more information on the expenses that you guys helped us with IDA. And just really get to understand all of the nuances and all the decisions and all that. And so we will definitely be reaching out to you with regard to that. And thank you very much for all that you do. Thanks.
Thank
and
you.
always being responsive. I know I contacted Julie yesterday about an issue for recycling. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Brannigan.
Yeah, I think the different color can's a great idea, but the can does say recycle on the front
It
of
does.
it. So,
Yeah.
the other thing about trash being thrown, the continuous trash being put out, I've been having problems on Chateau Boulevard where they'll trim all the trees this week and then I got a pile out there. So we sent a letter to every resident on Chateau Boulevard asking them that when, you have construction work or gardening work done, you have to get rid of your garbage.
I mean,
I think it's ridiculous.
I do too, and I think, if you don't mind, that's our biggest problem. Julie, can you bring that box up here? And I'm not going to present it. I just want you to see the size of it. This is only like 2 months. The photos. I want to leave it with y'all so you can, with the president, and y'all can flip through it to see the piles that we're dealing with. Kenny's been great, but I mean, it's just, it's overwhelming, the amount of fence boards and things and the way they put it out. I think the city of Kenner, if you immediately want to save money, if you could get really strict on enforcing the piles and commercial buildings to get containers from, it doesn't have to be us, but get commercial 30 yards, get like the front load dumpsters. Some of the, I hear this from my teammates all the time, that where the apartments are, what's the street? Vouray. I hear this all the time. They're like, why don't they have commercial front load dumpsters? Any other city would require them to have front load commercial dumpsters. It looks with all those 95-gallon carts. You guys would save money at the landfill on both that as well as these big construction piles that a contractor's making money and profit, but yet you guys, the taxpayers, are paying to throw it all away. So we're picking it up. And we have a boom truck out there 6-7 days a week, but we need to figure out a solution. Kenny can tell you, I call him all the time, because, and I invite you to go to after you look at the photos too, go to the Kenner yard, see the size of the pile there right now. It drives me nuts. I have a camera. I call Julie, I'll call Kenny. We got to get it down. We got to get it down, because I'm worried about the airplanes flying in and people say, look at IV, that's a dump. That looks horrible right there. So without the tractor trailers, it's harder for us to keep up with it, but the quicker we can get enforcement in place and start getting the commercial guys to get dumpsters, like in New Orleans, they make you get when you get a permit, you have to have in order to get the permit, you have to have a dumpster contract. So, I mean, it's simple things that can be done to fix this, but we would like to get it done because we're not getting paid for that right now, and we keep running the boom truck every day, and it's a lot. And Kenny can verify that because he sees us there every day running it. So, good.
Thank you. And last comment to echo what Councilman Hayes said. You and Julie and your team have just been so responsive to every call, every inquiry we've made, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you all, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I've received a request to change the order of business to take item 18A at the beginning of the meeting. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to change the order of business. Council members, please vote. Councilman Segura?
Well, as I was trying to say earlier, this just came up, and I hadn't had much information as to why we needed to put this at the front of the meeting versus the back. We have residents
The
here.
legal department has requested, because they have several attorneys that are here on retainer.
I'll finish my statement, and I'll say that. I just spoke with legal.
Yeah.
And then Councilman Brennan's the one making the motion. I understand. I'm okay. I just want something for the folks that are sitting here waiting for us to do the other business. This is going to take hours. Sorry. Yes. Yay.
I'm sorry. The legal department has requested it, so
Yay.
Madam Clerk, please.
Hayes? Yes. Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Hey.
Motion passes 7-0 to adjourn into executive session. If I could read it into the record, please. One moment. I have item 18A, at the request of the administration, an executive session regarding the following. Number 1, Hurricane Ida insurance claim status. Number 2, Hurricane Zeta insurance claim status. Number 3, AP Clay building insurance claim status. Number 4, Paulette Cooper versus the City of Kenner, number 2018-01, Civil Service Board status. Number 5, St. Teresa Hospital and St. Jude Hospital versus the City of Kenner, number 745-440, and the 24th JDC Jefferson Parish status. Number 6, Fernandez versus the City of Kenner et al. Status. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to adjourn into executive session. Council members, please vote to adjourn. Councilman Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll return to the regular meeting of May 20th, 2022. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to reconvene from executive session. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll, Hayes.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Council members Segur and Carroll are absent. Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to approve the settlement in the Tracy Fernandez versus the City of Kenner et al. Case number 806-546 in accordance with the terms of the consent judgment attached to the motion. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. On this motion, any discussion? Seeing none. Council members, please vote on the motion as the clerk read into the record, please. Councilman Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
No.
Brannigan.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Hayes is opposed. Back to the regular agenda. Do we have any resolutions, motions, or other items from the floor? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. Item 1 is approval of minutes, the regular council meeting of May 5th, 2022. Item 2 is approval of alcoholic beverage permit applications. We have none. Item 3 is approval of bingo and public gathering applications. Item 3A is application number 2270-22, Sharon Carter to hold a public gathering on June 25th, 2022, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the purpose of a block party at 600 Barron Lane. Item 3B is application number 2273-22, North American Midway Entertainment Amusements South LLC, to hold a public gathering from May 26, 2022 through June 5, 2022, weekdays from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., weekends from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., for the purpose of a community carnival at the Esplanade Mall parking lot at 1401 West Esplanade Avenue in Kenner, Louisiana. Item 3C is application number 2280-22, Celebracion Hispana de Kenner to hold a public gathering on August 6th and 7th, 2022, from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. for the purpose of a 10th Kenner Hispanic Fest at Kenner City Park, 3800 Loyola Drive. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Wilmot, on the consent agenda. Council members, please vote. Councilman McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Under the public appearance agenda, I have item 8, public hearings for final passage. Item 8A is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,877, an ordinance amending the 2021-2022 operating and capital budgets to fund 2 part-time recreation department employees to assist at Muspertolino Playground, and amending ordinance number 7549. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, for a 1-meeting deferral. Any discussion? Council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot,
Yay.
Councilman Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
My first no.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney.
Yay.
Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Hayes is opposed. Item 8B is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,971, An ordinance adopting the operating budget for the City of Kenner for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. Councilmember, to open our public hearing, council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. We're now in a public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience wishing to address, please come forward. State your name and address for the record.
Al Morella, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. Only got one question. What is the budget? How much is it? And in case you're wondering why I didn't attend the budget hearings, I'll explain it to you. None of that is on the record, and I like to do everything on the record. So after it's all said and done, I'll find out how much it is. So that's what my question is. And the same thing for the capital budget. I want to know how much that is too that y'all fixing to prove in here today. Anybody got any comments, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morella.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll start with the capital budget is a $6.4 million this year. Combined total of all funds, it's a $122 million budget. But the operating fund is, the general fund's of $56.7 million.
Thank you, Ms. Herring.
Seeing no one else in the audience, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to close your public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan for approval. Any discussion?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I actually have some items that I would like to submit for amendment. And they can be, I'll speak aggregately to them, but I would prefer to have them discuss or voted on individually, so it's not an aggregate. So the first item,
Thank you.
or the first couple of items have to deal with the replacement of positions that are not mandated, but that are included in the charter, and restore their salaries. So restore the chief administrative officer salary, and the rate that we are using it, that we're replacing it is with benefits and at the 2021-22 rate, which is the CAO with benefits all in is 186, 170, 167. These, and then also restore the city attorney's salary to at a rate of the exact rate, 186, 167, and then the deputy city attorney's salary at the rate of 172, 586. All of those positions are within the charter and provided within the charter for the administration to have, and we don't want those valuable positions to not be funded and for any reason. And we funded them at the previous level because that's what we were familiar with, and we know that the administration, the incoming administration has vowed to lower salaries, so that will give them ample opportunity to, go with it, lower that range, but also give them a little room to, to actually have that position filled. So I guess, so those are the two, and that's adding to the budget. There are some position eliminations that would, and I got, just for your reference, I got those, and I actually requested those exact numbers from the CFO, so those are numbers that she provided to me, not numbers that I made up. The Pontchartrain Center, I moved to amend that we eliminated the added city positions of director and assistant director. The Pontchartrain Center, and I asked that's in the budget hearing, in the past 2 years, we've been losing money on that we've been losing money subsidizing rather, the Pontchartrain Center for a while. But so to me, it doesn't make sense to have additional 240,000 and 590 of additional expenses that are added to oversee. We have a management contract in order to oversee that, that's the responsibility of the administration. So in order to have good use of taxpayer dollars, eliminating those positions, it just makes good fiscal sense. Additionally, one of the other items is to remove pay incentives, and this is the pay incentives for salary, and then return it to the general fund for 2022, 2023. And this is important to me because I feel like we need to let the incoming administration make those decisions based on pay incentives and what they want to increase and what they fiscally feel is appropriate for the employees to get raises. And also, this is also related to the raises for, incentive raises for, and incentive raises for all employees, civil service and non-civil service. And this is obviously something we should discuss as a council, so to make sure that everyone's comfortable with that. And that's actually the total of 700. So that would return 730,528 to the budget, or out of the budget to the general fund. I also feel that keeping salaries and IT benefits at a standstill level is important from last year. I got that updated information, so, there were a couple of added positions and some movement in this new budget that was presented. I'd like to keep that at the same level, which is 427.88, which is an updated number, because I did not have the benefits listed. So if we can update that number on your sheet. And then
What's that number again?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's $427,88. And so the amount returning to the general fund, instead of 257, will be 211,255. And that information was also provided by the CFO to me. Okay, so the only other area where I feel strongly is because I feel like the incoming administration, it was a huge increase in the fire department. I know we had a lot of representation by the fire department last meeting, and I think I've listened to their concerns. I know their concerns, and we did get information from the fire chief about the adjustments and the pay plan. But I think that's really something that's important for the next administration that's going to be coming here in, a little over, a month and a half or a little over a month, to make those decisions and really dictate the direction that they want to go with the fire department and where they want to go and working in unison with this council. So my recommendation is to remove that line, the fire suppression pay study adjustments, the complete 2.8 million, and then it's 2.855200. So remove that, and then also remove the additional fire administrative positions. I didn't have the benefits number for that for the added benefits amount for the two positions, which is 244,822, so it would be a little over that. And then add back, because, and like I said, I think we've been listening to the firefighters, and we know what their concerns are because we've heard a lot. So some of that funding, I feel it's important to reallocate towards maintenance and to supplies. So my recommendation is to put 300,000 of that money into the maintenance line item, so we can actually fix the fire stations as, to a higher level, and we may need more money than that. That's, right now they have 250, and so I think, we're more than doubling it. So if anyone on the council has any suggestions for, a different amount, then we certainly would entertain that. And then lastly, supplies. I heard from several firefighters that they have to buy their own batteries, their own supplies. So increasing that supply item to, right now, I believe it's medical supplies, you know, it's very meager. It's probably less than $2,000, maybe $3,000. I think we need to increase that to $75,000. So maybe that's too much, too little, I don't know. But I think we need to do something to show that we're listening and that we recognize that we want to make incremental improvements and we want to do this, but we have to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And we want to work with the fire department. You guys are important, very important first responders. And we just want to work towards a goal that is moving in the right direction. So the total, overall, the total budget impact would be returning around 3.6 million, almost 3.7, to moving that out of the budget and returning it to the fund balance general fund, so it can be, you know, allocated and maintained as cash. So, any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, if we could, do we want to entertain these in globo? Would you like to make a motion on them individually? If so, we need to make a motion in a second to put it on the floor for discussion on the
I think
amendments.
we want to do it
Individually?
individually, yeah.
So I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney.
And I'm not sure how thank you, Madam Chair. I have an added amendment to her presentation that I unfortunately did not share with the council. I did speak with the chief when I got here today, and I spoke with the finance director to confirm the numbers. But I would like to add to this so we can, you know, do it all together as
Well,
opposed.
she's going to entertain them individually.
Okay.
So at the end of this, I will entertain your motion
Okay.
to amend. I won't forget you.
Thank you.
I'll put it on.
Okay.
So at this
Thank you.
time, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to amend we'll start with the mayor's office, to restore the chief administrative office salary at the 2021-2022 rate with benefits. Any discussion on that amendment to the mayor's office budget? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes?
If I could discuss at this point,
Sure. Any discussion?
what are we doing here? Is everybody had a chance to look at this? This is the first time I'm seeing this. Procedurally, are we all, at this point, going to recommend budget changes to and from? I don't quite understand what we're doing here from an individual basis.
I believe that's ultimately what the result would be, yes.
Have anybody been consulted on these changes, sitting up here? This is the first time I'm seeing this. Have you all been discussing this? I'd like to know. Or is just one person putting this forward?
I haven't seen it yet. This is the first time.
May I have the floor? And I guess to answer Councilman Hayes' question, prior at our budget hearing, every line item on here was discussed about the salary, about the positions that were not funded. I had an extensive conversation with Ms. Foshee. We didn't discuss numbers, and the numbers on here was not discussed with me, but we talked about what we had to do to make some adjustments. So to answer Councilman Hayes' question, I have not discussed the numbers, but I believe it was action that we understood that we had to address right now. And I guess we can talk about it now additionally if you agree with it or if you disagree with it, or make alternate support changes to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman.
Well,
Councilman Hayes?
I guess initially, just looking at this, I don't even have enough information to make this decision. Again, haven't even talked to anybody about it. So in the absence of not even knowing what we're looking at here, why? I have no problems, looking at a budget. former banker, I have no problems looking at a budget, but I think there should be, and I hear we're going to have discussions on these line items. But in Globo, I would like to know if, by individual, people sitting here at this table, did you all have input to this? This is serious. This is the budget going forward. I won't be here in the next term, but I'd like to know how this came about. And I think the people deserve to know how this came about. We're making drastic changes in the fire department. How did this come about?
Councilman Brannigan?
Well, yes, it came about by several council members going over the budget, as we did last year. And in the charter, you cannot unfund positions and get them back after July 1. That is my understanding of the CAO, the DCAOs, and the city attorney. So they have to be funded in the budget. That's why they're being put back into the budget. The other issue with the fire department is we have met with a lot of the fire department employees. We have met with them and talked about what their concerns are. And basically, by moving the fire budget to next month, then the new administration and the council will meet on that budget and decide where we need to go with it. And I understand from listening to the firemen and whoever came up and spoke last time about the pay being low, okay? $8.92 an hour, yep, we were told that, and basically that is very low. But the bottom line is that there are other pieces to the pay plan, and we want our firemen paid as much as the city can afford to pay them. But when you add the overtime that they get and you add the state pay into what they get, the $8.92 is not the real hourly rate. It is $13.23 if you're at $8.92 per hour. So there's a lot of stuff in this fire budget that has to be, that we have to go through, and I have committed to the fire department to make sure to get this stuff straight so that we're hearing what they're saying, and we're going to get the fire department squared away. But yes, several of the council members have gone over this budget, as we did last year.
All right, let's proceed.
Yes, sir. Any further discussion on the mayor's office amendment? Seeing none, Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Your next amendment on the floor will be the city attorney's office to restore the city attorney's salary at the 2021-2022 rate and to restore the deputy city attorney's salary at 2021-2022 rate. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan on the amendment. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. The next amendment on the floor would be the Pontchartrain Center to eliminate the added positions of director and assistant director. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by, by McKinney, seconded by Brannigan on this amendment. Any discussion?
I do have yes, I do have some comments.
Councilman
Okay.
Hayes?
Who is going to pick up these responsibilities of both positions? What is the thinking here?
I think the opportunity for the new administration to have some flexibility and be able to make some decisions and make appointments as necessary, or hires.
And also to answer that question, these are new positions that were added in the 2022, 2020, the 2021, 2022 budget. So they weren't in the previous budget. Is that correct? Or when was the last, or the first time that they were funded?
I think they've had it maybe the last 1 or 2 years, but it wasn't prior to that.
Right.
Sorry, it's loading.
Are you looking to address this?
Yes, it's loading. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for it to come up.
I just think it would be good if everybody would have had this information before this meeting.
Well, I mean, in answer to that question, I wanted to make sure that everyone, I didn't discuss numbers with anyone, so everyone, in terms of numbers, is on the same page. That's the point of the budget hearing is so everyone is on the same page, and we're all discussing, no one is, concepts had been discussed, but numbers and, had been discussed with one or two people. But I wanted everyone to be on the same page, so this is our opportunity to have these questions answered, so, the public knows what we're talking and things that we're thinking.
So you're saying this is the first time, other than Councilman Segura and I, the first time people have seen these numbers?
Yes.
So the first time that it was introduced was the 2020-2021 budget.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Oh,
Any other
Councilmember.
questions, Councilman Hayes?
None.
I think Councilman Segura.
Councilman Segura?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Kind of just this little bit of logic or analogy here that was presented. If we had to fill the mayor and city attorney position dollars because of belief that if they're not, then they don't get filled any other way, but yet you want to eliminate a position, and then if the new administration wants to fulfill it, they cannot redo it because the money's been removed. So I just looking at that path seems wavery set of straight lines. So I'm just concerned that why are we removing money till the new administration does what they want to do with it?
What we've been told is that those top three positions that are listed are part of requirements of the charter. And if we remove those, that they would not be able to be added back in, that they need to be in because of the charter, where these other positions, that's not the case.
But again, if they're there, then the new administration, when they come in, can remove them right off the get-go and not fill them, and the money's not spent, and then they move it back later on. So we're tying their hands by removing it now in case they want to fill them.
I guess you could look at it that way, but again, the top three positions,
I'm not debating, we're debating this position.
I didn't finish. The top three positions are a little more important than, we have other people that oversee properties.
I'm not disagreeing with you. We've already voted on the top three.
Correct.
And now we're on removing dollars for positions that have been in the budget for a couple of years. My only question and statement is, why are we removing them when the consent or the statement was, let the new administration dictate what they want to do? So
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes.
I'd like to finish my statement if I could.
Oh, I thought you were just repeating it. Go ahead, please.
I'm not a mind reader, but okay, I'll not talk because you seem to think you know what I'm talking about.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Thank you, Council President. In answer to Councilman Segura's question, as we discussed previously, these are positions that are, have only been added for 2 years. And we feel that, or at least I feel, you guys haven't voted on it yet, that removing these positions is important because in order for fiscal responsibility, we subsidize the Pontchartrain Center already. That's adding to the subsidy. In the past, we've subsidized 600,000. So this would, 600,000, 800,000. I mean, I think it just makes good fiscal sense for this to be eliminated. I'm sure that you've listened to the campaigns of both sides, mayoral candidates, and the incoming mayor has said he's going to, be very fiscally responsible and follow the charter and those positions. So I haven't spoken to him directly about these positions, but I do believe that, he's going to be moving in a direction where these aren't going to be needed anyway. So that's just, I needed to free up some some funding for the actual charter position, so I was using some of that funding for that. Thanks.
Council Chairman,
Mr. Mayor,
I'll let the council go.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say that, obviously, I definitely support Councilman Hayes when he said that he didn't see it. Well, technically, everyone knows we can't congregate as a group of 4 to discuss because that would be a walking, quorum. We can't do that. So I got the information after 2 or 3 people may have talked about it, the information on the position going forward, not actual numbers. And I was comfortable with that, knowing that, I couldn't be part of 4 people, or I couldn't be part of all of us talking about it. But I also understand that it is part of our fiduciary responsibility to, if we see something, and I don't think it's fair to tie my hands to one meeting on one day, because this morning I woke up and I could have decided something. This is my opportunity to address that. And even if I didn't speak with anybody about it, this is my opportunity. Either you support it or you don't support it. But it shouldn't stop me from saying, well, you know what, I've looked at it differently, or maybe I have gotten additional information to have a different position. And that's all I think we are doing here. If you believe that you should have been part, and I can understand Councilman Segura and Hayes not being part of the 3 or a separate group of 3, but now this is an opportunity for us to address it. And if however long it takes, we need to address that and listen to their objections or what they feel it should be, what the numbers should be, or if they feel it shouldn't be at all. So I'm comfortable with my knowledge. I'm comfortable that we had the budget hearing. We expressed concerns about these 2 positions. We expressed concerns about the ones that were not funded. And I think now is our opportunity to address these today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll. Councilman Brannigan?
Yeah, and when you're looking at the Pontchartrain Center, we have a management company in there running the Pontchartrain Center. We have Solution Corporation that has had 3 contracts at the Pontchartrain Center assessing things, and 2 employees there. And I believe that these 2 employees could be utilized best in another department.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Sala?
Thank you, Council Chair. At this time, I'm going to ask Adrienne Ellis to speak from Shahardy Sherman Law Firm.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, Council. My understanding is that there have been some questions raised about whether some of these positions can be funded via an amendment from the floor, and I believe the answer is yes. You have before you an ordinance to pass a budget, and you are allowed to accept an amendment from the floor as long as it's not contrary to the purpose of the original amendment. I think the intent of the previous administration was for these positions to be funded. They just were not sure of an amount, and so left it blank. And so it was always the intent that these positions would be there and be funded. And this amendment to add these positions is to fill in the numbers. If you have any other specific questions about the budget process or the amendment process, I'd be happy to address those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Oh,
Council
Councilman,
Chairman.
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Brannigan had his hand up too, just to let you know.
And the other thing, I know one of these employees is funded in his position now and also in a civil service position.
Mayor?
And that was going to be my question. So what happens to those 2 employees? Or are you working with the new administration to relocate those 2 employees? One would be protected. You're talking about the Pontchartrain Center, right?
Yes.
Okay, so one is protected, so the other one,
Yes.
You do-
I am working with the other administration.
to make sure that those
Yes.
have it, okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mayor.
Word about the employees.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote on the Pontchartrain Center budget amendment. Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
McKenney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. The next amendment would be to remove pay incentives for the 2022-2023 salaries and return it to the general fund. I have a motion by Councilmember McKenney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. On the amendment, any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Hayes?
I understand right now, we're running about 2 to 5% on incentives.
I don't think you want
I understand right now, if the administration could answer a question, are we running about 2 to 5% on incentives right now?
What was built into the budget is a 2%.
I'm sorry?
What was built into the budget is a 2%
Two?
increase, 2%.
And are we doing this to allow the new administration to do their own incentives as opposed to just following what we have had done?
I believe that's what Councilwoman McKinney stated.
Yes.
I'm all for that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay.
You good, you said, or you have a question?
No, I don't have a.
Councilman Skew?
Thank you, Council President. So, Ms. Liz, I'm just confirming that the 730,000 was just a 2% cost of living, or whatever y'all call it?
Yes, a 2%.
There's no merit on
No.
top of that?
No, it was just a COLA, a 2% COLA.
Okay, so by not approving it or taking it out of the proposed budget, what's the process for it to come back later?
I would assume we would have more amendments to come. If they wanted to bring it back, we could amend the budget with whatever they decide. Obviously, there's a lot of factors that go into that on when does it go into effect, when does the employee receive it. So I'm sure the new administration would, put all that together to present. Just to be clear, this does not include the fires, state mandated. Theirs is budgeted in their own department. So this is just city and police.
No, I appreciate that. They've got theirs locked in the cement, so we're
Yeah,
good. I do understand that this 2% for the city workers is very low, as it generally is, and they need their raises to stay with us, keep them employed by us, because otherwise they start looking for other places to go. And I think we've heard that in many discussions during the budget hearings, how various departments are so shorthanded, and that comes because of that issue of the pay that the city pays. So I just hope that this council pushes forward and tries to replace it somewhere in the future for these workers to get at least that 2% raise. Words are good, but we'll see what actions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote on the pay incentive amendment. Councilman McKenney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. For the IT budget amendment, we would keep IT salaries and benefits at a standstill budget level for 2021, 2022, and return remaining amount to the general fund. I have a motion by Councilmember,
I thought she changed numbers.
yeah, I didn't say the number. I didn't call it the numbers. I'm just calling out the amendment, but I can
Okay.
call the numbers if you need them.
Well,
The
who
amount.
knows what we need? We're given something and it's changed, so whatever.
No, I didn't
No,
read any numbers just
problem. Go
now.
ahead.
So the numbers would be to keep the salaries at a standstill budget. That number is $427,088. The amount returning to the general fund is $211,255. I have a motion by Councilmember McKenney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan on the amendment. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay?
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKenney.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. For the fire department amendment, we would be removing fire and suppression pay study adjustments at the amount of $2,855,200, $2,855,200,000. Okay. And then we have remove additional fire administrative positions, benefits not included, $244,822.
Madam
Add-
Clerk, could we talk about individual items before we do it in globo?
Well, Council Chairman?
Yes.
I would like that because, like Councilman CEO and Councilman Hayes, I hadn't seen this until today, and there's an issue with one of the employees because you're defunding a position, and it is a civil servant, I realize that, but it's going to be an issue because one position is not filled. I'm not going to steal everything from Chief Morris, explain that in more detail, but we would have, and he's actually here right now, the employee, he would be defunded if this passes. Chief?
Chief Morris, please.
All right,
Well, actually, before you speak, I do want to just say that I got an updated number that would not, in the intervening time, so I wanted to decrease that removal to only the one position, and the decrease would be 172,738, so it would only be decreasing one position.
This is line 2.
Yes, line 2, so.
What's that number again, please?
172,738. And so we're just removing one additional person because, yeah, there was some confusion in the budget hearing that they were both not, as a result of the budget hearing, they were both not filled. So there's clarification now. We're just going to eliminate the unfilled position, and that may answer your concerns.
Right. Well, that's the second item on your list, so we'll talk about that one. That position was filled. The position wasn't approved by the Civil Service Board. It was the position of the chief that would be over the suppression, the entire day-to-day operation of the department, that the Civil Service Board didn't accept that particular position that was put forward as being eligible to serve over the line classes. So the individual was already in that position. We just had to remove him, but we still need the position to manage the day-to-day operations of the suppression side of the fire department.
So the
So you-
position, so the open position is
Needs
now
to
filled
be-
as well?
No, the open position, we need to put a new class plan in that will meet the approval of the Office of State Examiner, basically.
Okay,
But someone was in that position.
okay.
So you need both.
Right, but we.
Right, I was talking about the one
way
that's
it was
actually-
set up, the way it was set up originally.
Right.
We had to,
Correct.
but they said one of the position that we put forward, the chief administration, could not manage suppression.
Correct. So we need
that-
two.
So we needed the chief administration for administration, but we need the one for suppression, but we just need to call it something else.
So those two positions are
Right.
needed, is what the fire chief is trying to explain to you, which we could have answered had we known about this. We would have been able to answer it for you, but we're answering it now because someone's about to be out of a job and the other job's not going to be filled, and the chief is saying we need both.
Well, I mean, I guess there was definitely some confusion in the budget agenda, or in the budget meetings, because we asked if those positions were filled, and it was said
Well,
that they weren't, so I
Right.
guess
Well,
there's some
what we did was move.
confusion there.
They were originally under suppression. The two positions, the chief administration officers were under suppression for the safer grant numbers, but we've increased the staffing to a number that satisfies the protection of the city. So those positions are more administrative positions, so I moved them from suppression to administration in the budget. That's why they showed up higher on the administrative side. They had already been in the budget for the past several years. We just moved them from under suppression category to administration where they truly belong.
Okay.
So again, just to clarify, Chief, this second line item, you're saying you recommending that we leave
I
it in?
recommend that you leave it in. One of the positions is sitting right here. Chief Bergeron is in the chief administrative position.
Well, that's why he's all excited about this, right? All right, thank you, Chief. Do you wish to make any?
I mean, okay, I guess I just want to clarify, so I'm okay with taking out Chief Bergeron, but there's still, is there an unfilled position? Are both of those positions filled from fire suppression? Like, are they both, the ones that are in the admin, are they both filled currently? Is a person, if we take out one of them, is someone going to lose their job?
No.
Okay, well, then I'm going to take that out.
But I think what the chief
we
is
need the
saying.
spot. We need the position.
The chief
Well,
is.
but, I mean,
Hold on 1 second, please, Mayor. Go ahead, Chief.
No, the position is it's a position that keeps the continuity of the department, the working side of the department together. We just couldn't keep that second position. We had to remove it in March when the Civil Service Board didn't approve that position to manage the working side of the department. So the position, because no one is physically in the position because of a civil service issue, but we need a person in that position.
okay, so what was the civil service issue? Why didn't they approve it if they don't?
Because of civil service laws on the fire department, and we have a whole bunch of special rules for a lot of different things. And one of them is a chief administration position title cannot manage suppression, which is what one of those positions were. So we had to remove that. Now we have to create another position that's suitable for the the Office of State Examiner to have, to put a person in that position.
Okay.
Somebody's been managing suppression all along, up until March,
Okay, so how long has that position been a part of the Kenner Fire Department?
since 2018.
Since 2018, okay. So it is a relatively new position.
Okay.
So, okay. And no one holds it right now?
No one is, no, ma'am. Right at this moment, no one holds that position.
Okay. I still want it to stand.
Mayor, did you have any comment? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. No further discussion?
So what are we doing?
So, okay, so my recommendation is still to remove that unfilled position for 172. And we could do it line item by line item if you want, because maybe, maybe some people want to, if we could do line item by line item, that way people can vote against and vote for whatever they choose.
So, right now, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, for the Fire Department budget amendment to remove fire suppression pay study adjustments, the amount of 200. Any discussion? I believe the mayor has his hand up.
Chief, what does this do to your fire department and do to the safety of residents by a position like this being removed? Because after June 30th, I'm a resident and I'm concerned.
Right. I have to be careful with what I say because part of this, as I told you in the budget hearing, is part of potential litigation.
Chief, speak up, please.
As I said in the budget hearing, part of this is part of potential litigation against the city to correct that. We created a pay plan for the fire department to address the promotional rate within the city and also correct the low starting rate for the firemen. Our starting rate at $8.92 is, the next one I found is East Bank Consolidated, but they get a 5% raise every year for years 1 through 15, which moves them up a lot quicker than our guys are. They start at $10.05. The next one is St. Bernard Parish, which is $10.50 from the $8.92 number. That's the basic number. Councilman Brannigan, with all due respect, you're on the right road, but you're not in the right spot with it. So, and our numbers, once you factor in the overtime state pay to a firefighter salary, it does increase from the $8.92, but it only goes to $12.17 an hour when you do all the actual calculations that's involved with that. So in order to keep us competitive, going to a $12 an hour rate, and I just did it on the phone, puts them at $15.47 effective rate an hour.
And that's based on adding the state supplemental pay,
Yes, sir.
calculated hourly rate, and the overtime.
And the
Y'all have the
overtime.
most complicated pay system I've
We
ever
do.
seen.
That's why I'm
It's
trying to say
totally
you're on the.
ridiculous.
You're on the right street, but in the wrong part of town, so to speak. So,
Okay.
but it's actually, it moves us to 1547 starting pay. But as I told you, we can't give raise to some people and not others because of our laws and pay system and all these other things that we are under statutory requirements to do. So if we're going to raise the starting pay, we have to move everybody along from that in accordance with the law, the 2% per year that's mandated by law that we have to get. So I wouldn't be able to start the new guys at $12 and have a guy with 7, 8 years making $12.
Oh, I understand
Okay,
that.
so that's
I
why the
understand that.
numbers, I say they move up.
But from our standpoint, and my standpoint, what I'm looking at is when you take the averages, okay, and you and I discussed this before this meeting, that my numbers are pretty close. They're not to the penny. I'm not trying to hold anybody to the penny on this, but, you know, if we're at $8.92 an hour, we're at $8.92 an hour.
Right.
Okay? And as we talked earlier before this meeting, in my calculations on my spreadsheet, if I go up $2 an hour, and at the last meeting, we were told we had 50 people under
$12.
$12 an hour. And I found out this morning that 3 of them are at $8.92,
Right.
and the other 47 are different years, so they're going up.
Right.
So I calculated that it would cost the city for a $2 increase in base pay, it increases the overtime pay, and it doesn't touch the state pay, and it costs the city $311,000. But that number's not correct because people are making, the 3 are at $8.92, the next one, what was it, like $9.20 or
yes,
something?
yeah.
Or so the $311,000, it's not going to, if you go up $2 an hour, it's not going to be at $311. It's we lower than $311. So if we go from $8.92 to $12 an hour, then I mean we would still be looking at a $400,000 or $500,000 increase. But the goal is to get the minimum pay up, and I understand what you're saying, that you can't raise the starting pay from $8.92 to $10.92 and have a guy making $9.50 an hour. I get that.
Right.
So we need to get together and work this pay deal out.
Exactly, and that's why I was saying, that's why the number that was submitted was more in line with all encompassing of the city's total burden and what it's gonna cost us to move that, as well as address the past promotional rate issue and then resolve all these issues in that one lump sum. So
But-
it's something that
okay.
needs to be really explained
Okay, but-
in detail for you to understand, because the pay matrix is so complicated
Okay.
in the fire service.
Yeah, it is. It's the dumbest pay system I've ever seen in my life. But going from $8.92
Right.
to $12 an hour, you have in the budget $2.8 million in that. That's what you told us in the budget
Right.
hearings.
Exactly.
And when I go up $4 an hour, I come up with $623,000. So that's $2.2 million difference.
But,
And I
yeah.
know there's a lot of other factors. So
Oh.
I really think that you need to sit down with a couple of the council people and let's figure this thing out.
Right, but also in your numbers, you only figured for 50 individuals when we have about 110, 112 people that this,
so when you-
more than that
okay.
this affects.
So
So
the
that
people that are
number,
over $12 an hour are gonna have to be bumped up too.
right, they'll have
it's
to
gonna
be
be-
both up proportionate to the years of
So-
service and their rank and all these other things that the statute requires us to do.
Look, I'm committed to
Right,
get
and
our
I'm-
bottom line up and
Yeah.
pay our firefighters.
I'm sure
what
each and every one of
what
you are,
they
Councilman.
definitely
Right.
deserve, because, very important piece of the puzzle in the city, making sure your houses aren't burning down. I get that, okay? So I think that you and whoever else needs to sit down with some of the council members, and we could do an amendment at any time after this and get this stuff worked out, so that we are not going up $5 million on a fire budget.
Well, yeah, I understand
You
that,
under-
but
you understand?
I agree with you. I agree wholeheartedly with you, but we need to do, first what keeps us out of court, and then what's fair for these guys in the long, what gives them a competitive wage in the fire service for what they do. The other part of that funding was to put in the medical sprint units. That's part of that $2.8 million. We had 3 calls last night. And when I say we don't have an ambulance, that's not just East Jefferson. That's Acadian, St. Charles Parish, New Orleans, and one of them was cardiac case, heart, chest pains and shortness of breath. We had an Irish diabetic crisis, and we had an accident with head injury where citizens are sitting there without medical care or the appropriate medical care. And we need to address that also. And that was part of that 2.82, because we don't have a line item in the budget to put that, to separate that out.
Okay, well, I think that further discussion needs to be made, and I want to make sure every firefighter knows that I will work on this to make sure that the fire department is fixed from the problems that we have there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hayes.
Well, I is a singular pronoun. It just makes good management sense and common sense that we work with the fire chief. You know, I hope the 4 people that stay on this council for the next administration is working with the new administration on some of this. But obviously, a source that should have been consulted in everything we do with the fire department is standing right here in front of us. People, that's just common sense. So just based on that, I'm questioning a lot here. And again, I hope the new administration's had a lot of input to this. They're going to be living with this. We just glossed over the pay study. We jumped right to this. But again, nothing should be done without the chiefs being consulted on this. Obviously, we don't know the whole story, the council. So, yes, that's a good suggestion. Let's get together and talk about it before we try to make some of these changes. It's nonsense. Thank you.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So we're only discussing right now the removal of the fire suppression pay study adjustments, just as a point of order. But secondly, the motivation to remove that is so the new administration can work together with the fire department to, you know, make this a priority and work with them to see what direction that they want to go, you know, they're going to go in. Like I said, it's going to be a month, a little less than a month that they're going to be in, and then have full access to everything and really understand and dig in to understand. And I think that this is a huge budget commitment for us and for us to commit to them going forward. If they don't, you know, if they choose to move in a different direction, or, you know, or if they, you know, decide to go, you know, do something else. And I mean, I'm not speaking for them in any way, shape, or form, but I think that that's really a decision that they need to be making. And I don't, and, you know, I don't, that's what my, my opinion is. And then, you know, most importantly is this is committing, increasing pay for firefighters now is committing long-term for every Kenner citizen. That's, you know, now, next year, we're going to have 3 million. The next year, we're going to have 3.5 million. The next year will be 4 million. So now we're going to have this compounding budget issue that we're going to have to deal with. So let's look at this about, you know, how we're going to cover all of these, all of this pay, and make it in a way that is going to be fiscally responsible. So that's really what, you know, that's really why I think removing this and letting them move forward and make that decision is the most fiscally responsible decision for our body, as well as the future administration's body. So.
Councilman Hayes?
Well, Councilwoman Kinney, now you're back on the suppression pay study, and that's the first thing I've heard about the first element. I wish everybody had this list to see. We're bouncing back and forth. The majority of the chief's comments concerned the second, which was the administrative positions. Chief, we heard loud and clear the last meeting in the attendance, the largest attendance we've seen in a long time, where the individual fire people came and said, look, do we really need this study? So I think that's valid. You know, administration, your administration probably thinks it does. It's in the budget. Your day-to-day fire people may not think that. So we're still on that first item. And I support, obviously, what we're doing here with the new administration. We can't tie the new administration's hands. So, again, we're back on the study, almost $9 million. Can we use that money elsewhere to better use? It's a whole nother discussion for another day. But again, I hope the four of you all are in discussion with the chief and the new administration on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hayes. Councilman Brannigan?
And moving forward, too, after July 1st, I mean, we can amend the budget, you know, open it back up. So, you know, I think that gives the new administration the opportunity to come in and address what's going on, what we have to do in the fire department to make sure our commitment to the fire department is also in there, okay? So we can do an amendment after the fact.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, I appreciate you coming up here today and also in the past, and of course, this is a good time. I'm glad that you did bring this up because it needed to be brought to our attention. And I think you have all of our interests, and we were very interested in trying to correct this. There is some correction apparently that needs to be done. I don't know that this is the exact right time. This is a large financial obligation, of course, that's set in the budget. Is this the right time to do this? We're on the verge of having another administration come in. I think it needs to be, and I'm glad it gave us an opportunity to really sink our teeth into it and understand what's going on. And quite frankly, yeah, I think something needs to be done. And I know Councilman Brannigan and Councilwoman McKinney, we all feel that way. And it looks like you've done an admirable job at getting it to our attention. I think we do need to bring the new administration in on this and have them key in their ideas too. So, but I think that should be done, as Councilman Brannigan said, with an amendment in the near future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carroll, did you have any questions?
I just want to say that I will be supporting this, and that, you know, the chief, all of your work in the past 4 years, 3 years has been laudable. Even this is laudable to be able to move the individual, the fireman, to a proper pay scale. But, you know, as I said the last meeting, you know, we obviously won't be able to do it all at one time. I think my priority is to bring the young firemen who are at that very low level up. Now, other people, I don't say they shouldn't, but we have to do one. I think we just have to do one thing at a time. A new administration is coming in. Your expertise to be able to address that is another formula that has to be done. But I think now, to get that pay raise for the younger guys, that is what we're doing today, and that is just my position on that. So I will be supporting, since we're online, the remove fire suppression pay study adjustments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Sala?
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to say to the council that our attorney from Blue Williams, Craig Watson, is here, and he represents us in the Civil Service Fire Board. And he's also been working with the chief regarding PMI. And we can set up an executive session or individual meeting so you all can understand what's going with PMI. And again, there's certain things that cannot be discussed in this open forum that you council, but there's information that you council need to know. And as Councilman Brannigan did say, yes, you all can amend the budget. afterwards, after that. So we can start setting that up as quickly as possible so you all can get the information you need so that you can amend the budget if that's what you decide to do regarding the chief's budget.
Thank you, Ms. Sala. Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. But, Ms. Sala, just for clarification, because I'm confused, after this budget is approved, can the council amend it, or can only the mayor make an amendment?
You want to talk about that? I'm going to let Ms. Ellis take this.
Okay.
So the question was, after the budget is approved, can the council amend, or can only the mayor amend the budget? The council can amend the budget. The mayor can the council is always the one that votes to amend the budget. The mayor can introduce or ask for amendments to the budget to be introduced. That would be done as an ordinance, and that is something that's routinely done in many of your meetings. But the council can, bring its own amendment to amend the budget at any time during the year. It doesn't have to be immediate. It would be subject to your notice and hearing requirements. It would be treated as a new ordinance, and if it fell into one of the special provisions for the 28-day layover, you would have to honor that as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, I hope it does, because that's the complete opposite of my tenure in the city, to understand that the council budget hearings, and then at this meeting was the council's only opportunity to amend a budget, because after it was approved, only the mayor could make a budget amendment, which the council then could approve or disapprove, but it had to come through the mayor first. If you're saying it's open game and anybody up here can put up an amendment, as long as 4 people say, yeah, I'm good for it, it happens, fine.
I can look into that more. You have lengthy experience, and so I can research that and look into that more. I don't know of a restriction in your charter or in state law that only the mayor can introduce an amendment to the budget, but I can look into that, and we can
Please,
follow up with you, because
for my
I respect
clarification,
your
it's for their-
experience, and
it's for the new council's decision, so.
I absolutely respect your experience, and would be happy to research that a little bit more.
Thank you. Councilman Brannigan?
So Councilman Segura, you're saying that after we adopt the budget, the mayor is the only one that can put an amendment in place?
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm asking the question because my tenure with the city, I've never seen a city council make a budget change after it was approved and went into effect. In other words, July 1. Any budget change had to go through the mayor. That's how it's been, under my watching of how the government works. So that's why I asked a question of legal, to get that clarification, because I keep hearing your comment that we can make a change, and I'm just not sure what the "we" is.
Okay, well, I feel very comfortable that if the council decides to try and fix the fire situation with the mayor-elect, we're not going to have a problem.
Well,
I
I'm
feel
glad you
very
that way.
confident
Good.
in that.
Shouldn't be a problem then.
Okay.
Mayor?
I think what Councilman Segura is talking about is two different, what y'all are talking about is two different things. The charter says one thing, the ordinance says something else. So if Councilman Brannigan is saying that he's confident that the new mayor will introduce an amendment that the council agrees with, you can do it. You have two different, look, the council has their law, and then the city has the charter that they go by. So there's two different laws here on that. I'm agreeing with you. My impression has always been any mayor, only the mayor can make that amendment after today. This is any council's opportunity.
And let me just correct that. I said July 1 because we know it's already been done where a mayor presented a budget, and between
Right.
then and July 1, the council did make changes. I was just referencing after July 1.
Right.
Thank you, Matt. Madam,
I don't have a problem with that.
Right, I got you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
And I guess for a point of order, could you make sure everybody know what we're voting on?
We are voting to remove the fire suppression pay study adjustments.
Thank you.
Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Next amendment on the floor would be to remove additional fire administrative positions, benefits not included. The amount would be $172,738.
Can I?
Have
Can
a
I-
motion by Councilmember McKinney,
Can I-
seconded by Councilmember Brannigan on that amendment. Any discussion?
Yes. Councilman Hayes?
I want to hear what the chief is saying. The chief is still standing there.
Yeah, and can I, just a correction, that is including benefits. Originally, the amount didn't, but
Okay, thank you.
Chief?
Well, actually not to remove that position. That's critical position to maintain the continuity and the structure of the fire service as a whole. This is like the one person that keeps the 3 platoons in line, so to speak, so that we're doing things consistently across all 3 platoons, regardless to what that is. To remove that position removes that layer of discipline there. So I ask that you not remove that position. That position has been in the budget for the past 3 years.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Brannigan?
Since the Civil Service Board changed the layout for you on your other position, saying they can't do this job, what have you been doing since they did that?
Winging it.
Huh?
Winging it for the most part. I've had this assistant chiefs, one of them is in the audience today, and they run the 3 different platoons, and then everything that occurs on a platoon it falls on my desk to make certain that the day-to-day operations and the day-to-day trainings and the leaves and all the disciplines are conducted in a consistent manner across the departments, and it's not something that should fall directly in the chief's position with a large department. That works fine in volunteer departments because they don't have the numbers we have, but once we get to that larger department size, you need that position, that authority in between the chief to run the 3 different platoons, to make certain the 3 different platoons are managed consistently across the board.
So you're, since middle
March.
March
Since March,
1st?
yeah, about a month and a half,
About a month
2
and a
months.
half.
Yeah.
You've been, it's fallen in your lap, and
Right.
you're the chief of the fire department.
Right.
So you have to take up that slack.
Right.
And,
A
I mean, I
lot's
think
falling through the cracks.
I think this falls in line where it could be fixed with the new administration, just like we just voted on a pay study. So that would mean that you would have to do it for another month.
I don't,
Right? No one's in the position now, right?
right, but someone's been in the position for the past 37, 38 months.
So if we eliminate this position, we eliminating a current employee right now?
Well, the reason I say no to that, because we need to create the position within the Civil Service
So
Board.
it's a
To-
it's a new position coming in.
No, I don't want to say it's a new position,
And how long has it
Councilman.
been since someone's been in the position?
about a month and a half, 2 months, since
So you-
March.
As Councilman Brannigan said, you've been filling the position, basically. You've been taking the duties on? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
I've been doing my best to take the duties on, but it doesn't function that way with the size, with the growth of the department.
And if this is eliminated, you would still need to do that for the next 30 days or so.
Yeah, I have to do that for the next
I know
30
that's
days and
not exciting
potentially,
news for you, but,
potentially going forward also.
Councilman Hayes?
Chief, do we still have our 1 fire rating?
Yes,
We do?
yes.
If you could say that a little louder, because average citizens are probably going to want to hear that.
Yes, we still have the Class 1 fire rating.
Some of the changes that we're talking about here, could that put that in jeopardy?
Some of them could. Some very well could. A lot of things that need to happen on administrative side, on the top level. The guys in the field do the bulk of the heavy lifting for us, but the maintaining of that level of continuity and training helps ensure that that Cat 1 that Class 1 stay in place.
For everybody at home or everybody in the audience, you're saying it could put that 1 rating in jeopardy. Again, I just hope.
Well, when you start to factor in all that goes into achieving a Class 1, it's very few departments that achieve that. Let's say that first of all. More departments started achieving it after we did when they relaxed some of the rules on there. We are poised with everything that's in place to be the best rated fire department in the state. Let me say that again. We are poised to be the best rated fire department in the state. We're approaching triple digits on our rating.
I have
With
no
the
doubt.
removal-
I have no doubt it was during your administration. I have no doubt that you're primarily responsible for that 1 rating. And again, that's why new administration, the 4 of you all are still going to be here next term. I hope you're getting with the chief on some of these changes.
And if I may say something, Councilman Hayes, I agree with you, but, you know, we've had discussions with the new administration. They are very committed to the fire department and the safety of the citizens of Kenner. So, you know, I understand the concern about a Class 1 or a Class 2 or a Class 3 and the impact it has, but if you'll pardon the pun, this isn't a fire sale. I mean, it's something that's serious, and it's been discussed with the incoming administration.
With the chief.
So, Councilman Brannigan?
Obviously, we want our 1 fire rating. When do we get reassessed?
The end of next year, we start the reassessment. Beginning of 2024.
The end of 2024?
The beginning of 2024, the end of 2023.
So if we're able to fix this next month, that should not affect long-term.
No.
Correct?
No, not if we can get everything back in place that needs to be in place.
Okay.
Because most of the documentation that will be involved in the rating system will be
from 2023?
Well, from now, basically, through 2023. Because we had COVID and all that other stuff, so we got some slack with a lot of that.
Okay.
But all the documentation we have in place, the changes that we've made, the improvements that we've made, we are poised to elevate the standing of the department. Now, let me say this much. The class rating is nice. I feel a lot better when I know those guys getting off those trucks, know what they're doing at every potential threat that we have in this community. So the citizens rest assured that when that red truck pulls up, the people getting off it know how to handle your problem. That's more important to me than the class 1.
Okay. Well, it's very important for the 1 rating for the people paying for their homeowners' policies.
That's who that's important to. It's nice to have that.
Yes, indeed.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank everybody for their comments. Thank you, Chief. Obviously, the class rating is important. I, like Councilman Brannigan and a number of us, believe that with the next administration, it's not going to be easy, but we're going to have to be able to work some of this out, and we can't do it all, at one time. No matter what the situation is, there will be some concessions at some level at some place. We know that, and it's just something we have to do. But besides the class that everybody's important about, and another thing that's important, there's a fire station in District 1 that has not been built. So that's important too. So let's not forget. We're going to talk about everything. And I don't want to go
about.
about
We have a lot of things to put in place to
make
that class 1, to maintain that class 1.
Exactly.
It's not just this one position. It's the fire station, it's the fire trucks, it's the equipment, it's the training, it's the staffing, it's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into that class 1.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it in, Chief, because it wasn't said. So being the councilman for that district, obviously, I would be remiss if I hadn't said that. So the task is monumental, and it will include that as well. But again, I have confidence moving forward that we will do the best, that the council will do the best along with the administration that they can with the resources that they have. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman Segura,
Yay.
Hayes,
What are we voting on? What line item?
to remove the unfilled fire administrative position.
I hear the chief saying, don't, no.
Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
No.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
No.
Carroll.
Yay.
Motion passes 4-3. Council members Hayes, Brennan, and Wilmot are opposed. Your next amendment up is to the fire department to add maintenance line item to fire suppression for $300,000. The motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segura.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. The next amendment to the fire department budget would be to add supplies line item to fire suppression in the amount of $75,000. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. Any discussion on this amendment as read? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segura,
Yay.
Hayes.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Next amendment to the fire department budget would be remove sprint units, firefighters/EMT, and paramedics in the amount of $327,190. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Carroll. You want,
Where is that?
Where is that
Yeah.
coming from?
It's
That's yours?
It's not even on our
that's
sheet.
the one we talk about. I mentioned earlier that was not on the list, and I did not, and
Oh, I'm so
full
sorry.
disclosure, I did not share it with anyone, but I did speak with the chief, and I did speak with the finance person to get the numbers, and we can talk about it now, and I can give
Sorry.
my reasoning for it, but
Would you read that again, please? I'm sorry.
Sure. Okay, I'm sorry.
I was looking through notes trying to.
okay. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember, I'm gonna change it. Motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, to amend the fire department budget by removing sprint units, firefighters/EMTB, and paramedics in the amount of $327,190.
and Mr. President, I'd like to.
Councilman Carroll? Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Finance Director, for the support. And I'll just repeat it again. It was something, again, like I said before, that, this is a living and breathing and moving opportunity for us to get it done today. And I am taking the position to use that. And, speaking to the director, it was easy. Speaking to the chief, it wasn't as easy because I have to look him in the eye and tell him that I believe, even though I agree that we are having challenges with this, and I did look him in the eye and said, and he understood my position, not that he agreed with me because he don't agree with me, but I believe this is another one of those things. And actually, I did speak with some firemen who wasn't against it, but they had some concerns too. But that's just as individual, not as a whole. For the sprint units, for the paramedics, for the EMT. It's another part of this equation that the council and the city and the administration's going to have to factor in and see what do we do to improve that. And the chief has brought it to our attention. We will have to address this because there's nothing above safety. I don't care how much money a building costs or how much any of that. Nothing is more important than a life, and that is the most important thing that we are talking about today. And I think we will have to do something, but I believe moving this gives us opportunity to address other things as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman.
So, Council President?
Yes, sir.
Can-
Go, Mayor, please, I'm sorry.
What does that do? Because I didn't know about this either. And obviously, the finance director, nor you, talked to me about this.
Well, I just found out right before the meeting. I apologize.
It's been a few hours since the meeting started, guys, but can you inform me now what's going on?
Well, right as we were saying the prayer, Councilman Carroll approached me when he came in and asked me, and he just told me what his plans were to have that item removed from the budget. And it was a brief conversation that we
Can you
had.
explain what that does, Chief?
Well, as I said, we have several hundred, well, we're approaching 200 calls in the last couple of months.
Chief, please speak up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman. We have approaching 200 calls in the last couple of months that I've been tracking, that there are absolutely no ambulances available to transport members of the community, some of them very critical, to hospitals. What this does is sometimes, especially the cardiac cases, they are easy, the diabetic cases. I don't want to say they're easy, but the cardiac cases, and people in the medical field know, paramedics and stuff know that if you approach someone having a heart attack, right, it's not, unless you're having a myocardial, where you just drop dead, you get into arrhythmias. What a paramedic can do is do the same, some of the same treatments that would happen to you in the emergency room in the 3 to 4 minutes it takes us to arrive. So without the transport unit, we're able to maybe correct that arrhythmia in that particular patient at any given time immediately while we're waiting for transport units to arrive to bring these individuals to the hospital. Same thing with the diabetic crisis. At the level we are currently operating on, we cannot even give sugar water to a person in diabetic crisis like we had last night, one of the calls we had last night. So it becomes a case of can we do better? The other problem is when we roll the fire truck to make patient contact, it's always life before property. Once they make patient contact, that fire truck has to remain with that patient until a higher level of care is transferred, which means that ambulance has to get on the scene. So if the house next door catches fire, they cannot leave that patient. So we're tying up fire trucks for medical calls, where we're seeing an increase in medical calls when we don't have to. When we could run the sprint calls, we stood them up during COVID, we stood them up during Ida to manage that level of calls until we can correct the shortcoming in the EMS part of the first responder equation. This is not a new problem. When I went through EMT school in 1986, they realized that the burnout rate for paramedics was 10 years. So but nobody did anything to keep people in the pipeline in order to replace those people. So we're in the situation we're in now because nobody addressed this problem 35, 36 years ago. Same thing with the police department. We're starting to see it in the fire service. We used to have, 100 and something, over 100 names ready to join the Kenner Fire Department. And now we're lucky to have, under 10 looking to join the Kenner Fire Department. So we're going to start seeing these things happen over time. The question is, what do we do to correct these problems in the short term and eventually in the long term? Now, I've set up meetings with Oxnard to work out training for our guys and training and with the schools in Kenner and stuff to bring more people into medical and fire service from the high school level and start to pipeline these people that way. But that's down the road. You know, the training is immediate for us that they are offering, that we're trying to meet with them on, and whatever they can do in kind for the citizens of Kenner. But our immediate solution is to put these units on the streets, to treat these patients with a greater level of pre-hospital care than we can give them on the fire truck, and it's not tying that fire truck up for a potentially needed role. It's just a matter of time.
And, excuse me, Chief, and obviously I appreciate your passion for this, but I think it was important when you said this has been an ongoing problem or started 30 years ago. that was not addressed from the overall system. And I am not the Sprint vehicles, and I'm just going to use the Sprint to be inclusive of the other two items of it. We don't have those right now. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Okay,
I apologize.
that's all right. Do we now have the Sprint units?
No, we don't have the Sprint units currently, but what we've shown and what we've done, like I said, in the recent past, was we're able to stand them up, but that comes at a cost, of course, to our existing budget. So we adjust accordingly in order to make these things happen. No, we don't have them
Right.
as a regular part of the service. But remember this, we have 5 trucks that can respond to a working incident. We have 7 altogether. 2 of them aren't designed to extinguish fires and stuff like that. So when you take 3 of those and take those out of the service, we left with 2 trucks basically protecting the city.
I get you, and I agree. I just wanted to make the point that we don't have them now. We didn't have them last year. We didn't have them 4 years ago. We never had them. All I'm saying is, and how many are we requesting in this particular budget?
I'm requesting 2, one for the north side, one for the south side.
Okay, so my point was that we don't have them now, and I'm looking at it in totality of everything. And this is just, again, another part of it that the new administration, yourself, and the new council will have to address. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying we have to start making decisions now to start looking at things overall. And this is just another part of it. So I don't want to get anybody to think that I am not supportive of the services that it will provide, but I just think it's just one of a number of things in all of these amendments that we are addressing. That's just my opinion. And everybody's going to have to decide on their own. If we want to leave it in for it, then don't support it. If you believe it is part of the total package that yourself and the new administration are going to have to address, then maybe you might want to support it. So that is just my position as it relates to the Sprint units and everything else that comes with it. And I appreciate your frankness about it and our ability to talk about it without losing friendships, anything about that. So
Yeah, never.
thank you again. Exactly. So I apologize for not telling you earlier, because if I just may say something about that, listen, I could have gone over this budget a month ago or whenever I received it and had a position and walked in here today and changed my mind. I have to have that latitude to do that. Everybody does. Will it be a whole soul change? No, but there could be some things with all of us that we say, you know what? After getting additional information, after rethinking it, I just can't support that. So, whenever someone says, "Well, this is my first time seeing it" or whatever, I understand that, I respect that, but change can happen anytime, and I am just expressing my change on this particular subject about the Sprint units and everything that goes with it. But thank you, Chief. Thank you, and you and your guys for all your support as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, you mentioned it's two Sprint units. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many, they firefighters, or they were actually medical people that are trained for that?
Well, until we could get the firemen trained to that level, we have to bring in PRN personnel to work at that higher level. But the goal is to get the PRN people in initially, and then have working with Oxygen and other outside partners as well as inside to train the rest of the firemen up. It takes, as you know, 2 years to train to become a paramedic. The goal is to get paramedics on all the units at all the time.
So these 2 Sprint units are going to be manned by paramedics, is correct?
1 paramedic and 1 firefighter, 1 EMT firefighter.
Okay. And in the past, you've had recent calls And it would been a help to have those units in
Yes, sir.
place. Okay. And how much money we talking about?
$327,190.
And these are PRN positions? And
Yes,
it's
they're not,
320
I'm sorry.
It's $327,000?
Yeah, because it's two paramedic positions. To put the two paramedics in, to work the shifts for the entire year in order so that we would have that level of care in the community.
Are they going to be employees or they're
Well,
contract?
they work for other agencies. They work for us when on the shifts that we have, because as I say, we have basically 3 paramedics on the fire department totally. 2 are in the drop. 1 is firefighter. So we would have to bring in paramedics from the outside as a PRN, not a full-time employee, to man the units along with our firefighters.
So we have,
Until we could get our members trained to that level.
so it's like 2 people 24/7? Is that what?
We were running them overlapping schedules, so it'd be a window. We did the study on the peak times of the call, and it will fluctuate. You know, when we're having that large, because there's a period of time where nothing's generally happening, and we go with the firefighter, the truck rolling on that. But when we have those peak calls and we starting to see the pattern of the times that we have those calls, that's the times that we set the schedules.
So these people would not be city employees, correct? They're not going to get benefits?
No, that's they're not getting the benefits. No pension, no health insurance, that sort of stuff. They just, like I said, they could work for Acadian, AMED, St. Charles, New Orleans, wherever. But they pick up shifts here for a few extra dollars to do whatever they need to do.
Okay, we haven't had this before, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hayes?
Well, Chief, as a 76-year-old diabetic with a bad heart, I'm listening to what you're saying real hard. Just want you to know that.
Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. Chief, understanding your scheduling with your squads, 2 people are going to cover 24, maybe not 24/7, but let's say a period. But then, so the other half that they're not, it's just nobody covering.
No, we figured it's about a 20-hour window that they would work, because it's, like I said, it's middle of the night, 1 to about 4 or 5 in the morning. We get basically maybe 1 call every now and then. But those peak times that, you know, we've ran the data on when we would need them. So in order not to overburden us, you know, we could have the 2 units up during the periods of times where we're seeing the increase in volume of calls.
Okay, well then, I'm just making clear, I'm clear.
But we plan
It's 2
on
units.
two 12-hour shifts, 1 12-hour shift apiece, but the shifts are going to overlap. So some window, the busy window, is where the 2 units would be in service at the same time.
But only then during that overlap do you clearly have a north side and a south side
Right.
unit. So beginning and end, it's 1 unit just covering the whole city.
Right.
Okay. And I heard you mention about paramedics and what they can administer, whether it be drugs or treatments. Do they have to call in and get a doctor to approve that before they do?
Well, we have Dr. Mahler, our medical director, already in place. He's the one that sets the direction, the medical direction for the fire department. He and Dr. Nichols wrote the emergency pre-hospital care for Region 1, which is this region already. So all those guidelines are already in place.
And I understand that as your policy of how
Right.
they operate. What I was referring to is the paramedic goes on a call and has to administer something. Typically, a doctor would administer. They would have to call in through radio, speak to a doctor, and then get permission to administer?
No, currently, if you're under the direction, working under his license, under his protocol, he already sets some of those emergency parameters. Now, they contact Med Control to let them know they have something working. But in other words, if you're in AFib or VFib or bradycardia or something like that, that protocol is already medically set what you're supposed to do when you see those rhythms on the cardiac monitor, when you have those arrhythmias, what drugs you're supposed to administer.
Okay, and I'm being a little, I watch Night Watch, so I'll see those
I'm sorry.
paramedics call in. Now, you've been on there, so don't be knocking it. I see them call in through their radio to a
Right.
doctor to get permission. That's kind of where I was heading.
Well,
That's
like I
not
said,
bad.
it's some, and what you're seeing is New Orleans policy. They can do a certain thing, but if it doesn't correct what's going on, they'll make the call. But initially, if you come in and somebody's on the floor having a heart attack and you know that, you do the monitor, the O2, the intubation, and all these other things, look at the rhythm, and you can push the first set of drugs or run the first wave of shocking and call medical control. I'm working this code, I've done this, and then get further instructions from Med Control.
Well, let me just separate. The shocking, I think, both police and fire already do that now. They have the machines in their cars to read, and then the machine says shock. So they already do that.
That's all we do. That's all we do.
That's right. But the paramedic, I know, still does that. I'm looking for that higher level, that drugs
Right.
and that other. You're saying the policy that will be in place, if they follow those steps, they don't need to get a doctor's a reapproval. They just follow the policy.
They follow that policy, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carroll?
Yes, I'd like to thank you very much, President. Thank everybody for their comments. Thank you, Chief. And in closing, I would just say that, again, all of my comments and everything that I said relating to is that, and Councilman Wilmot brought up, that these won't be City of Kenner employees. So I am not reducing or taking a job away from a City of Kenner employee. It is not 24 hours around the clock. So God forbid, we just never know when people get sick, and I just hope that it never will be a problem, even if people disagree with me, because there will be a window where we will not have coverage, correct?
Yeah, and as I said, there's nothing set in stone with this, because we need to look at what's happening in the community and in order to make the adjustments to it.
Exactly.
So it may end up being a 12-hour shift or something like that. It may be a window where we can overlap because we've seen 0 calls for a window of time.
Yeah,
So it's a fluid situation, and the good thing about it is we have the ability to adjust that from inside the fire service as we see these patterns start to develop in the community.
Yeah, and to my point, and I'm not trying to beat you up, Chief, but that haven't been established yet. We haven't looked at it. We haven't looked at the statistics or the data to see exactly what would be the better fit once we do get them. So it would give us enough time that next month to be able to have more data that will show more information about what would be the optimum hours to have these units, right?
Well, no, sir. We have looked at it. We've been looking at it. Chief Bergeron ran a report of all the medical calls we get within the community. We've gotten the ones that even the ones we're not dispatched on, the ones that EJ basically handles. So we have every call that comes in and at the time that these calls are coming in from the last 6 months, last year, Ryan? Something like that we've already ran the numbers on. So we have a good glimpse of where we need to start.
Right.
It's not something that just happened yesterday. It's a problem we've been seeing for a period of time now that we need to address.
No, and if you thought I implied that you hadn't, no. I know you guys have put works and hours in to establish it. I'm just saying there isn't any finalized schedule on paper right now.
No.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
No,
it's not there now. So 30 more days would give you that opportunity to have
30 more days a day.
Do what?
To get 30 more days of data.
Exactly, and that's just what it would give you, and what it does. This 300K does take away from the budget, you know. So it can't be used for something else if we use it for this. Not that this isn't important, but those are discrete things, and that's all I'm trying to be clear with everyone. This is my position on this, to be supportive and to get more data and to be able to support the overall fire department. That's just where I'm at. And again, you know, I think I've talked enough about this, and thank you again for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brennan?
No.
Councilman McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Nay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Nay.
Hayes?
No.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4. Council members Brennan, Wilmot, Segur, and Hayes are opposed. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to entertain one last amendment to the budget ordinance. If we could, please, if we could add a section 3 to the ending that will read that the chief financial officer is approved to make all necessary line item and schedule changes to the budget as amended. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. On this amendment, is there any discussion?
Councilman
I
Segur?
don't understand, just could someone give more explanation as to what this is for?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, basically, this is just instructing the chief financial officer that she can make the necessary amendments that were just approved by the council to the budget.
You good?
Council members?
Point of order.
Sure.
That's in reference to what we're discussing and voting on today, correct?
Yes, sir. The amendments that we just passed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Councilman McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yay.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Now, I got a question about amendments. No,
Sure.
I'll get it later.
Okay. Item 8C is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,978. An ordinance adopting the capital budget for the city of Kenner for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. Actually, I'm so sorry, sir. We need one more vote on the operating budget. As amended, we did that last amendment. However, I need a final vote on the whole, all of it, if I could, please. So you're voting on 8B as amended, as we amended it. Council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. I apologize for that. Item 8C is a public hearing regarding summary ordinance number 12,978, an ordinance adopting the capital budget for the city of Kenner for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan, to open a public hearing. Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. We're now in a public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience wishing to address the council, please come forward. Seeing none, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilman Brannigan.
Madam Clerk, excuse me, Councilman Brannigan.
I got a question. Okay,
You want to close the hearing first? Let's close the hearing, and then
okay.
it's on the
okay.
floor for
All
approval.
right, that's fine.
Okay, no problem. 8C to close. Councilman Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan. Any discussion?
Got one question. On page 223 of the budget, the capital budget, it shows, that we have $100,000 lease on new vehicles, and that was the 22 trucks that we paid $150,000 a year for. And I was told we had a $1 buyout, but I don't know if it was a $1 buyout or a $4,545 buyout.
Yeah, we put 100, this would be for new, so that has nothing to do, that lease has ended, it was the $1 buyout. This is for potential new,
Okay, so we did pay $1 a truck. at
it
the
hasn't
end.
ended quite yet, I think it's coming up.
But-
We don't need a budget for next year, but I believe it's just $1.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Seeing no further discussion,
Thank you, Ms. Harrington.
council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur.
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 8D was taken earlier in the meeting. Item 9 is ordinances for the sale, purchase, transfer, lease, and/or alienation of movable property. We have none. Item 10 is opening of bids. We have none. Item 11 is reclassification of zoning for final passage. We have none. Item 12 is other ordinances for final passage. We have none. Item 13 is resolutions and motions by council members. Item 13A is a resolution urging the mayor to halt all expenditures of public funds for expansion and construction activities at the temporary city hall site. I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, seconded by Councilmember Brennan. Any discussion?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. This resolution was important for us to put forth because at the last, we had a public meeting with Councilman Brannigan and Councilman Segur, and at that meeting, they mentioned that there were some improvements that were needed in this building, in the Macy's building, and which included the escalator for, I believe they said $300,000, as well as some other improvements. And we haven't made a decision on this. We haven't had a lease, and we want to make sure that we're not spending additional public funds on improvements of this building when we're uncertain about what the future, what our status on the future of this building are. There's also come to light some additional information about this building, whether we're going to be here or not. The new administration will have a decision in that in a little, as I said, a little over a month. So we just don't want to use any funds that are public for this. And actually, in some research that I did, there's actually an article of the Louisiana Constitution that defines what a prohibited donation of public funds is. And it actually prohibits us from, we're prohibited from using public funds for assets that are for non-public use. So if we do the escalator and then we move out next month, that's not a public use, right? So, and I mean, even if we only stay here for 18 months, the improvements that we make, a fixed elevator is not something that we can move. So those type of concerns, and given the proximity of that occurring, we just want to make clear that we are not in favor of that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks for that legislation. Obviously, everyone knows my position about being in this building, and whether we're paying $54,000 or $6,000, it's too much to be spending on the constituents' money. And every effort that the new administration has should be made towards moving here, in my opinion, and also providing the same service or services, even if it's at different locations, to our citizens, because I believe it will be a win-win on both accords, saving money and also still providing services that we are responsible to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brannigan?
Yes, in the meeting that we had with Councilmember Segur and Councilwoman McKinney, Ms. Fauché said something about $1 million expense for walls, and basically, You know, we don't know what the next administration is going to do in regards to where we're going to be housed. So I'm in support of this legislation because I really do not think we should be spending $1,300,000 in any way on this facility if we may not be here, you know, a month, 2 months from now. I don't know what the plans are yet. That will all be determined after July 1st. But I think that major expenses like that should be put off until the new administration takes over. Also, the mayor-elect and I have spoken to the mall owner this past week, and we are working with him to figure out what the plan is going to be. We were told that there is a lease that's been out there for about 8 months, and I don't know if anyone up on the council has seen that lease, but I have not seen it. And before we enter into any type of long-term lease and handcuff us into this location, I believe it would be prudent to leave it up to the next administration.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Sala?
Thank you, Council President. In response, well, one thing that Councilman Brannigan stated, the lease was supplied to the council. I don't recall the date, but I know I printed it out the morning before a certain council meeting, and Ms. Foshee gave it to you all. I'm not sure if it was in March sometime, probably in April, I think. Anyway, she gave it all to you all, and she did talk about the lease. So the lease was presented to this council at a council meeting. We didn't talk about the substantive issues of it, of course, but every one of you were given a copy of that actual lease.
Okay,
That much I know for sure.
so when was that given to us?
I do not know. I'm not sure of the actual date.
So
Do you know the date?
it's in April? It was in April that it was given to us?
It might have been end of March, end of April, around that time.
Okay, so the lease, according to the owner of the mall, the lease has been in front of the administration since October. Why did it take 6 months to get it to us?
No, that is not, well, I'm not going to say, all I'm going to say is this. I've been in negotiations as well as David Sherman with the lease with Mr. Felix and his attorney, and we only finalized that draft probably April, which is why I'm saying there was a lot of back and forth going on, and we were in negotiations at that time. And again, I'm trying to see if I can find emails and stuff, but I know for a fact I printed out a clean, unredlined copy from Ms. Foshee to present you all, and she gave it to you all someday when there was a presentation done by the mayor about the locations and stuff. And I'm not sure again of it, but I know for a fact personally that you all got the copy of that lease.
Okay, well, I guess I must have lost it in my papers. I'll look through my papers for it.
I can definitely forward it to you today.
Just email it to me.
Will do.
Thank you.
No problem.
Would you send it to everyone, Ms. Sala?
I'll do it
again,
no
please?
problem.
Mr. Morella?
Al Morella, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. Two things on this resolution. The mayor-elect was quoted in the Advocate about a week or so ago saying that some of the buildings at 1801 Williams Boulevard was not that severely damaged and how he wants to hurry up and get out of here. That's number one. I wish he would have been here today to elaborate on those comments, but unfortunately he's not. I want to direct this to you, Councilman Brannigan, a little update since you're talking about the owners of the mall. At the last Jefferson Parish Council meeting, I asked this question to Councilman Impastato. I wanted to know, get an update on the $1 million in unpaid property taxes that this mall owes Jefferson Parish. There has been no attempt by the mall owner to pay that money back. There's been no attempt by the parish to collect that money. In the meantime, they hold the title on the mall, and the clock is running on the owners of that mall. And if that money is not paid by the time this time limit is expired, then the parish is going to take ownership of this mall. So I just figured I'd pass that off to you guys to let you know what's going on. Anybody got any comments, any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
I talked to the owner of the mall 3 times this week. The tax issue with the mall, you are 100% correct. It's about $1.5 million right now because of the interest. It was payments, it was taxes that were not paid by Macy's in 1992. If Mr. Resnick pays his taxes that he owes today, then that money goes to the 1992 taxes, which the title company has appealed several times, and now they have gotten back the information that they owe the $1.5 million. So once that $1.5 million is paid, or $1.3 million, or whatever the number is, then what's going to happen is they're going to pay their property taxes, and everybody's going to be whole.
And one more thing, Councilman, they owe the city of Kenner $250,000.
Well, they're going to have to pay
property taxes. And I've already spoken to the parish at one of their meetings and told them no matter how this thing goes down, once this time period expires, you don't forget $250,000 is owed to the city of Kenner, and we expect to recover that money.
Well, Mr. Morell, I can tell you that speaking with the owner of the mall, he will be paying his taxes. He said he has the money in escrow to pay the taxes that he owes on this piece of property. But he's not paying for the taxes that are owed from 1992 that Macy's Corporation did not pay. The title company missed it when he bought this mall in 2018. And that's, hey, they missed it, they're responsible for it. But he cannot pay his taxes that are owed until the 1992 taxes are paid, or his money goes to taxes that he doesn't owe.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morella. Yes, ma'am?
Saley Molina, 5th District. I just want to say that I support this resolution, and I think the council people that are being more conservative with our finances and really doing the homework. The meeting that Ms. Katsanis, that Councilwoman McKinney is referring to, I watched it on the replay, and it was evident that that meeting was supposed to be to come to this decision to what happens with this building. And as nice as it is, and I like it here, it's obvious that we can't afford it, and that the suggested repairs, the $300,000 in repairing an elevator or an escalator, is to reach a floor that has basically just archives, caged archives in there, or maybe to house 2 directors for the Parks and Recreation Department that also have an alternative office at the Woodward Gym. So, you know, spending $300,000 or $1 million in this building at this time is just not financially intelligent. And I just commend the council people that are starting to show, at least to show us, the public, some financial conservative, of intelligence, and to really be a good steward of our money, because that matters. And I've stayed here this long meeting just to be able to at least say this. So thank you, Councilwoman McKinney. I appreciate that. And Councilman Brannigan. Any comments, any questions?
Seeing no further discussion, council members, please vote. Councilman Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 13B is a resolution requesting that the current administration not use any of the city's funds and/or assets for the purpose of filming or video recording or production of social media and/or videos or other promotions which promotes any activities of any members of the administration. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by Councilmember Carroll.
Mr. Morella? You
Al
don't need
Morella,
to say your address?
4260 East Loyola Drive, 50 years. Question, is this in conjunction with the investigative report that was done on Channel 4 back on the 6th, on May the 6th, Holden, Louisiana? Is this got anything to do with that, this resolution? Concerning the resources of the city being used, being sent to Holden, Louisiana, has this got something to do with that?
Councilman?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Councilman Brannigan?
The reason I put the legislation on today, or Wednesday, was because I had heard that videos are being filmed, and I don't know what the videos have in them, but I don't think that we should be wasting taxpayer money on videos when an election was held on March 26th and the people spoke. So that's the way I feel about it. That's why I put it on. I don't think that money should be spent from the city coffers for that.
I got any time left, Councilman Brandon?
Go ahead, please.
I just want to reiterate this here. And that's exactly why I was trying to see if this was in conjunction with Holden. Because let me say this. For years, I've been at this podium saying the same thing. Our resources in the city of Kenner should never be used to do anything in conjunction with private citizens. To me, it's a misuse of our resources, and it should never happen. And not only that, it could be in violation of state law. So, you know, this is why I thought it was in conjunction with that, but I'm going to say that for a little later on. But
Right.
anyway, I agree, I concur that our resources should never be used for anything other than doing the work of the city of Kenner on behalf of the citizens who pay their salaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell. Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman,
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Molina?
oh, sorry.
Yes, Saley Molina, 5th District. Okay, so this resolution is asking to halt what about, we were just talking with Sidney Torres about educating the community about how to recycle. And I understand that there's videos that have been made that are not necessary, but what about the ones that are informational? Is it just gonna halt everything? That's my question. Are we halting everything, or are we continuing to create the videos that, for example, explain the recycling protocols and different things like that?
This has nothing to do with the recycling protocols and videos of information to the consumer, or to the citizens of Kenner in that scenario.
Okay, so what does this have, what does this halt?
Any videos that are filmed that are within the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, I don't feel that we should be funding videos for any city employees that are city employees for any reason and wasting taxpayer money.
Okay, and I don't mean to sound stupid, but I just don't understand. I don't, like, what videos, for example, what videos have we recorded that were unnecessary or for employees?
I had heard that there are videos being recorded, and all I'm trying to do is stop it before it happens.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
Council members?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, council members, please vote. Councilman Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segior?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 14 is items removed from the consent agenda. We have none. Item 15 is acceptance of contracts and similar matters approved by the mayor. Item 15A is summary ordinance number 12,972. An ordinance accepting the lowest responsive bid received from Pontchartrain Materials Corporation, LLC, to supply limestone in accordance with seal bid number 22-6656 and an amount not to exceed $200,000 annually for the Department of Field Services. I have a motion by Councilmember Wilmot, seconded by Councilmember McKinney.
Yes, thank you.
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I actually sent a series of questions on some of these items, and I'd like to just, if you can, the CFO, if she can confirm. Oh, yes, it is. Can you hear me? Yes. If you could just confirm whether this is a new contract or an annual contract, and then what has been spent for the, against this contract.
May I? Council President, I can.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. So a lot of these ordinances that are up for adoption. They're normal contracts we do, but we have to put them out for bid again. So this, we put it out for bid. It's not just an amendment extending the time. So it's a typical annual contract. This year it's a new vendor. We've spent about $20,000 this year, but we normally spend about $80,000. And just like everything else, the cost for things have just increased.
Thank you. Councilman Segura?
I just wanted to comment that I've been waiting for this, not specifically this contract, but for this product to come to the city, because I have a couple of streets that have been in desperate need of some limestone because we can't afford to re-blacktop them or pave them. And the problem has been that Public Works couldn't get the material because I believe the other vendor that had the contract didn't want to provide because the cost of the limestone had went up so much, they just didn't want to provide it. So we've been waiting for this rebidding and acceptance to start getting this material back in to finish doing city services. So
Yes.
please.
And
we
if
need
I
it.
can add, part of this contract we plan to use at the Pontchartrain Center. So obviously the debris site tore up a portion of it. So we're expecting, that to be a large amount of limestone that we'll have to get for that, which is, reimbursable by FEMA as well.
Thank you. Councilman Brannigan?
I will have to abstain from voting on this legislation because my brother-in-law is a high official in this corporation.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman McKinney?
Yay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with Councilman Brannigan abstaining. Item 15B is summary ordinance number 12,973. An ordinance accepting the only responsive bid received from Leish and Company Incorporated to prepare and paint 27 light poles in Rivertown in accordance with letter bid number 22-2000 in the amount of $22,950 for the Department of General Services. I have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Hayes. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segura?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 15C is summary ordinance number 12,974. An ordinance ratifying the emergency purchase of a Rawson service body with a crane from Truck and Transportation Equipment Company Incorporated, an authorized dealer for unit number 1121 in the amount of $41,879 for the Department of Wastewater. I have a motion by Councilmember Segura, seconded by Councilmember Brennan. Any discussion?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes. My question, I was looking at this paperwork, and I realized that this is a purchase that was made in October, and I wanted to ask the administration why we weren't notified previously about this purchase, because it was in May. I mean, we're in May, and it was in October. I'm assuming that from the paperwork, it's indicated that it was a post-Ida expense. And I did ask the finance department about why about it, but they, it was just flagged for ratification, so I'd like an explanation for that.
Ms. Herring?
I don't know if she can
Yeah.
answer it.
It came to us for processing. I believe that the fleet department was instructed to make the repair, to get the repair done. It was clearly an emergency. I can't say why they didn't submit the paperwork. That employee is no longer here on who instructed them, so I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to give you an answer on to why they didn't do the procedure. Once it comes to finance for payment,
It was a purchase, not
It
a
was-
repair, correct?
it was a repair on, I'm sorry, the crane, it was a purchase. So the original crane was damaged. So maybe if Sue wants to talk, if y'all want to hear from the fleet department,
Thank you.
on what it was.
Good afternoon.
Sue Renata. Director of Fleet. That was on a,
Ma'am, could you speak louder?
that crane was on a body of a 2009 vehicle. The crane had been repaired so many times, the hoses, the hydraulics on it was just outdone. We couldn't fix it any longer. The purchase was made, and it was made by another ex-employee, and we had it, they ordered it when it was repaired and ready to be installed into the truck itself. I was notified to bring the truck over, and we changed the body out and the crane itself. It was needed for the waste department, and it's used to pick up the submerged pumps and generators, and it was needed. Otherwise, you were gonna have sewage backing up into people's homes. So it was an emergency to get it done itself. Why it was done without coming to y'all first, I can't answer that question.
And would it have been part of a state contract? for that?
At the time, there was a contract, but when we actually got it, the contract had expired. And we do have a contract now.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McKinney?
Okay, so is there I mean, for the legislation after is an emergency purchase as well, and we get many emergency purchases. In fact, we got an email today about an emergency purchase. And the procedure is for us to be notified. We were never notified about this.
Correct.
And that was like 7 months ago. So technically, you know, it frustrates me that we have procedures and everyone else follows them, and this is an example of one not being followed. So I'm going to vote against this on principle, because I think that we have policies in place that need to be followed and respected. I mean, I understand that, you know, you're not the person who made the call and everything like that, but I think the integrity of the process is very important, and that's why, you know, I mean, the next example has all the emails to us when we were notified, and it happened in April, right? And so now it's coming before us in May. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. This is, you know, I mean, what if we all vote against it? I mean, well, it doesn't matter because it's already done, right? So I think it's really important for us to follow the process, focus on why the process is important, and so we can move forward and encourage that this is what needs to be done. So,
Well,
thank
like
you.
I said, when I got this invoice to pay it, which I paid it out of my money, I sent it to y'all. Yeah.
So we-
And I think we all understand it was something you inherited, if you will, so.
Right.
Councilman
It's
Brannigan,
something that
would
we
you-
needed, and we had to do it.
Yeah, okay, so the state contract was out at that time, you said?
Originally, when they made this purchase, the state contract was in place, but then it expired.
Okay,
And
and
just a
now we
couple-
have a new state contract in place.
Just a couple of weeks ago, I piggybacked the state contract again. And it's in place
Well,
now.
I'd like to know, we spent $41,879 on a truck that no doubt we needed, okay? But if it's bought on state contract versus off a state contract, I want to know what the difference is. So
I'll have to check on that and let you know.
please let me know.
Yeah, so basically whether that the contract price, I guess, was still honored, please, if you could.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
That would be great.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Director. Obviously, you said that it wasn't your fault, not blaming anyone, but to Councilwoman McKinney's position, we already have the truck. So no matter what we vote right now, it's there. I just want to make sure that going forward, there are policies or procedures in place so that it doesn't happen again. So that way, we know up front, and there are going to be other emergencies, but at least get some information and doesn't lag so long without us finding about that. And then, you know, on your part, obviously, you put in procedures or policies or something to ensure that this doesn't happen as it relates to the fleet department.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Ms. Sue.
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman Carroll?
Yay.
Segior?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan? Yes. Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Nay.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Motion passes 6-1. Councilmember McKinney is opposed. Item 15D is summary ordinance number 12,975, an ordinance ratifying the emergency purchase of electrical materials from New Light Electrical Wholesalers for the repair at Buddy Lawson Gym in the amount of $30,017.19. Have a motion by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Segur. Councilman Brannigan?
I got a question. These repairs, is that the repairs that are being done where the wires were all sticking out of the box? Yes?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
Is-
thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Council members, please vote. Councilman Segur?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 15E is summary ordinance number 12,976, an ordinance accepting the lowest responsive bid received from Tags and Signs Unlimited to supply building materials in accordance with letter bid number 22-2001 in an amount not to exceed $20,000 for the Department of General Services. Have a motion by Councilmember Hayes, seconded by Councilmember Brennan. Any discussion? Seeing none, council members, please vote. Councilman Hayes?
Yes.
Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll?
Yay.
Segur?
Yay.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 15F is summary ordinance number 12,977, an ordinance approving the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana policy and rates for health insurance coverage for the City of Kenner employees, retirees, dependents for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, as set forth in their proposals. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan.
Ms. Morella?
Al Morella, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. I have a question about the rates. Have the rates increased any on this insurance? And if they have, what was the increase, or are the rates still the same? I believe we have Mr. Impastato in the
Yes.
audience.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was going to say, Mr. Impastat is here, and I want to thank him before he comes up for the work that he did do on this to keep the rates at where they are. So, Mr. Impastat?
Glad Mr. Murillo asked that question. I wanted to brag a little bit. For your information, should have gone up 7% because you got a good agent, no increase in premium. And with that, they had an increase of better benefits supplied to the employees for this year. But we were able to negotiate. It took us a little work that Blue Cross was willing to renew, and we've come a long way, just so you know, by controlling the cost. And the city's been working with them. Proud to represent you. Thank you. Any questions?
Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work, and I think that the employees definitely appreciate that, and as do I and all of us. Thank you.
I want to thank you for letting me represent the city. Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yeah, and I want to thank you too, Nick, because what happened 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, changing plans around and using some different strategy has saved the city a ton of money when health insurance rates, and I deal with it every day, are all over the place. So being able to negotiate with Blue Cross sends a clear signal that, you know, you have a great relationship with them. And but what was put in place 2 or 3 years ago, I can't remember the year that it was, is what is driving this today and why we are seeing a zero increase. Thank you.
We, within the last 4 years, when we started, there's been a decrease in the premiums for the city, a little bit less than $1 million per year is what we've been able to work with. And thank you for that comment. I want to add that Councilman Brannigan was with me when we were proposing this. And what we've done is, by monitoring what is paid out, we've been able to bring down, because the way your premiums get affected is for every dollar of premium, it's how much is spent in benefits. And when 4 years ago, for every dollar that Blue Cross received in premium, they were spending $1.79 in benefits, which means it was a losing proposition. So we've been able to bring that number down by controlling the expenses that Blue Cross has to pay out. Working with 2 hospitals in particular, there are quite a few more, but the focus of 2 major hospitals working with us, we were able to get that down within 3 years, right around that 79% figure, which is phenomenal. We didn't do it. The councilman's support did it, and the city's cooperation. And you need to know that your personnel department has been phenomenal to work with as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and efforts. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilmember Brannigan?
Yes.
Brennan?
Yes.
McKinney?
Yes.
Wilmot?
Yay.
Carroll? Sevior?
Yay.
Hayes?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Councilmember Carroll is absent. Item 15G is summary ordinance number 12,980, an ordinance ratifying the policy and rates for commercial property insurance for the city of Kenner for the policy year June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2023. I have a motion by Councilmember Brannigan, seconded by Councilmember Brennan.
Mr. Morello?
Okay, same question on this one. Are these rates, have these rates gone up? If so, what is the percentage? Or if the rates are the same? Same question as with the previous resolution.
Thank you. We will ask Mr. Ryan Dahl to
Thank you.
come forward, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Dahl. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, thank you. I wish I had as good a news as the health insurance, but unfortunately, if you own a home or a business or, oh, this is not on? Is that what you pointed at?
Maybe, yeah, I can't.
I'm too far away?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. It's a terrible property market right now. And we have shopped all over looking for better rates or really just trying to get to the full limit that you had last year on your coverages. I think it's probably best for your consultant to walk you through the different numbers as she provided the handouts that you're probably looking at. And that's Helena with Sigma, who hopefully is behind me. Perfect. All right, there we go.
Okay, so
If you want to walk through the difference.
what we have, and then you're going to talk about what you just got.
Perfect.
Okay. Hi. So
Please state your name for.
Helena Shaw
Thank
with
you.
Sigma Consulting. We, to date, at the publishing of this report, we had only received $5 million in named storm limit to cover all of the properties. We received an excess quote to sit over the 5, but that was only for all other perils, not named storm. So what we have in this report right here is just $5 million in named storm and $50 million in all other perils coverage, like fire, smoke, different things like that. But no wind, hail, hurricane, named storm, none of that. Just $5 million is all we had. But Dahl was still out in the market trying to find more limit. But the pricing is very high. And the carriers, a lot of carriers have left the state or cut down on their capacity. While AmRisc did quote, they're the incumbent carrier,
they were only willing to provide $5 million in capacity. So at that point, this is the pricing that we have. Now, I would like to point out to you that today I discovered an error, a calculation error in our worksheet for the total. On Exhibit A, if you see on the far right column, the total premium we showed was $707,956.98. But the formula wasn't picking up that tax, that $272,679.63. So the correct total is $710,636.60 for those two policies. So that's what we had this morning. Now, while we've been here today, Ryan has received more limit from AmRisc, the incumbent carrier. They only had provided 5 in name storm. They've increased that to 10 million in name storm, but that's for another $375,000. So if we were to increase that, then I don't have that up here with me. Ryan, you've got those numbers, right? The million, okay, yeah, $1,103,914 is what the premium would be if we increased it to 10 million name storm. That's still a low limit for name storm, but at this time, that's all the market will bear.
And what's that premium again, please?
$1,103,914. Now, another point here is that originally the excess carrier was going to sit over $5 million, 45 over 5, and they were charging $55,000 to do that. So now, since if you decide that you want to take the whole 10 million, then the excess carrier is going to be sitting excess of 10 instead of excess of 5. So they may reduce their premium a little bit, but we don't have that number at this time. So the most that would be the renewal would cost with 10 million in name storm and 50 million in all other perils is $1,103,914. But it could come in at once we get everything finalized a little bit under that, maybe 20,000 under that. We don't know.
Ma'am, I'm lost here. Your Exhibit A, is that pages 1 of 3 or 1 of 4?
1 of 3. You see the premium section with each premium and fee and tax laid out separately, and then the total premium in the bright orange row, that's your total cost with the 5 million name storm. And that number should be 710,636.60 instead of 707,956.98 to include that tax. But if you go with the 10, then it's going to be at least, or at the most, $1,103,914. This has all just happened since we've been here today.
Total TIV, you're saying should be $1 million?
No, that's the premium.
That's the premium.
The premium is $1,103,914. You want to say something?
I was going to clear up the TIV issue, the total insured value. We keep saying 5 million or 10 million. That's the limit of insurance. The city's total insured value, the buildings and contents that you have at risk, last year was 112 million. This year it's 102 million because there are a few damaged buildings. that are being removed from the schedule until they are fixed. So when you think about that, you've got 112 million out there. Last year, you had full coverage on those. This year, you'd be buying 5 million if something were to happen. But we did, as Helena was saying, just got an option to step that 5 million up to 10 million, but there's also a little bit of a half step there where you could go 7.5 million for an additional 262,000.
10 million?
Yes, sir.
As opposed to last year?
Last year, full limits, 112 million. Yeah, it's insane what this market is doing.
My
And-
Lord.
Yeah,
And there's a depression out there already.
well, I'm depressed as well.
But what,
I mean, and as you said, y'all have checked the markets. It continues, and, I mean, to your point, it's crazy and changes. I mean, this is a sure sign of it, that you're getting these numbers in the last hour. I mean, it's just across the board, it's across the state, across the coast.
Yes, all across Louisiana coast, we are experiencing this with all the clients.
So in the event of, heaven forbid, another Ida, where, I mean, we're
Well, that's an excellent question, because one of the nice things about being a municipality is in a declared disaster, you potentially have FEMA to come in and help like they are this time. That's the thing that I would like Helena to speak to, because as your consultant, they've looked through where Kenner should be buying to in order to be able to get the insurance commissioner's certification, allowing you to stop buying at a certain limit and not be penalized by FEMA for the money you've already received. So FEMA won't come and take that money back. But Helena, if you, and you guys are well over that number, but since they've done the calculation, I'll let her share that with you.
Okay, so based on budget expenditures of the 2020 budget period, this is what's used to calculate how much you are required to spend to meet your ICC certification that the governor has set up. You don't have to meet the FEMA requirements because the state of Louisiana set up this ICC certification program. And as long as you meet the governor's ICC certification requirements, you're good with FEMA. So it's a little unusual for Louisiana because we have that. If you're in a different state, you would have to meet FEMA's requirements, but we don't have to do that. So the amount that you're required at this renewal to spend to be eligible for FEMA money in the event of another loss, or also not to have to repay what FEMA has already paid you for other losses, is $350,948, which, you know, you're clearly meeting, paying double, maybe triple that, for less coverage. So however much you buy that is proposed here, you will meet the state of Louisiana's ICC certification requirements. So you won't have a problem with FEMA in the event of another storm, sustaining damage.
So if we go with the 10 million, and again, for all other perils, we're only able to get 50 million.
That's right.
How is that divided by the different buildings? In other words, is it a blanket 50 million, or is it?
It's scheduled. The coverage is scheduled. So, say you have damage on a $20 million building from fire, and the building next to it, you have damage of $5 million from fire. So you've got 50 million in coverage, so it would pay for 20 excess of deductible, the 20 on this building, and the 5 on this building.
Okay, so again, but it's 50 total, so they're not
50
gonna,
total.
we're not gonna, and I guess my simple question is, if we have a $5 million building, it's gonna be covered, not that we're gonna be able to say, well, we only had 2 million of coverage on that one location.
If you only have if that building on the schedule shows a value of 2 million, that's the most they're gonna pay for that building.
Okay, but value or insured amount?
The insured value that's on the schedule of values.
I think I understand the question, if I could jump in.
Please,
So-
please.
So you have a schedule of values with each building that has a limit right next to it, and that 50 million that you would be buying on the fire would apply as those values do.
So again,
So-
it's a blanket, basically.
Well, the problem is, as insurance agents, we can't get up and say it's a blanket, because that has a different term. But in essence, that 50 million will move to cover whichever the damaged building is.
Okay.
But only up to the limit that, the value of that building on the schedule.
Okay. Again, I just wanted to make certain we, but
And-
I think you've clarified it.
You did mention that, so the 45 million that we have in all other peril or fire coverage, we could build over that. But as you look at the schedule, it's hard to see where more than that value is going to burn in one fire. Could it happen? Certainly. But the bigger issue is the wind. But if the council is asking us to go out and build up that 50 million, we can certainly do that. The wind is the harder part to build upon.
Well, I think, just my comment on this would be, if we're able to get to 10, we should purchase that.
Okay.
And then the all other perils, and I think certainly, as you're saying, the buildings are worth more than that, we should look at options, if that's available, to reconsider in the future, if those numbers are able to be received, or quotes.
And because this is a property policy, it's not a liability policy, if the council decided, a month or 2 months from now, Ryan was able to get additional limit to sit over what you have now, it would be a separate policy that you would be buying, so you could buy more limit later in the year if it becomes available.
Right.
Now, will it become available? We can't guarantee that. But if it does, you would have the ability to buy it after 6/1 and increase your limits.
But it probably won't be after 6/1, it'll probably be after hurricane season, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one other thing that I wanted to point out is that last year, the named storm deductible was 5% per building, okay? This year, it's totally different. This year, it's 10% per building, but it's not just for named storm. It's for all wind and hail. So if we get a tornado, it's still 10% per building now. So, that's a significant change in the program as well, but one that they were not willing to negotiate.
Well, if I'm reading this correctly, the total property value that we're looking at here is 98 million,
No,
page 404.
page,
404. Your yellow column, the first number.
getting that.
I think your page numbers may be different for some reason.
He's talking about the spreadsheet. Councilman Hayes, talking about the spreadsheet?
Yes.
On,
So on page one of that, of those four, right under that orange column, it says real property value, and I believe Councilman Hayes is following that to the bottom on page 5, the yellow highlighted section.
Okay.
Page 4.
Yes, 98,174, huh?
So let's say, just an example, we have $98 million worth of property.
Yes.
Are you saying for a hurricane, what would be the limit that we're looking at now, 10 million?
Well, the 10 would be the maximum right now, yes. The options would be 5, 7.5, or
My
10 million
Lord.
of wind limit.
And what did we have last year?
Full limits,
Full limit.
full limits.
Well, the other thing is that, and speak to this, Ryan, the damaged buildings right now, whether we have it insured, I mean, even if we have it insured for 4 million, if it's damaged, in the event of something happening, it's gonna be adjusted based on the new catastrophe or new issue, whatever.
Well,
Right.
yeah, it definitely depends on the circumstances there because, and the amount of value that's left in the building. But the majority of the very damaged buildings, the ones that are unoccupied right now, have been taken off of the schedule. So those will just not have insurance until they're completed and back up to being insurable.
But if a building right now is 50% damaged,
Yes.
in the event of something happening, I mean, in some cases or some instances, there's a possibility we're not gonna see any money. If something were to happen in that building, whether it's a storm or whether it would be a fire.
Well, you should still get the amount of the claim that hasn't been paid, if there's a fire. If it's on the policy, if it's covered, and there's a fire, and there's value at that building, I mean, they're not gonna pay you twice, obviously, if you've received money and haven't put it in yet. But, if you had a $100,000 building, and we still have it on the schedule, and you've been paid 50, and it burns, then you should receive the other 50. But there, as you guys know, with what we're going through right now, there are deductibles involved, there's FEMA involved, there's prices where adjusters say you can repair it for $300,000, and other adjusters say, no, it's $3 million. So the numbers are a little all over the place. But she has the SOV now,
Yeah,
Councilman
so
Hayes.
I can answer your question about the 98,000,
Million.
98 million. That's building. That's the total values for all the buildings. So you've also got, personal property, 12 million in personal property, and 1,337,000 in business income.
Yes, ma'am, I saw that.
So all of that totals to the 112, but yes, the 98 million is pure building value.
And we know what buildings were damaged because of Ida.
Right.
So that's going to be taken care of with Ida. But going forward, let's say we do complete all the renovations that we need this year, and we're subsidized. We get the insurance based on what we need from Ida. Going forward, when all the buildings are back in working order, you're saying the maximum that we could look at right now is 10 million?
Well, going forward, once those buildings are back, fully,
Yes, ma'am.
back in, occupied and all the damage has been repaired, then we should be able to roll those buildings back on. But that's something we're gonna have to negotiate with the carrier and until the work is done and the buildings are occupied, the carrier is not gonna include insurance for those. So until that gets done, there's no insurance on those buildings.
Is the 10 million limit all they wanna insure, or is it because the buildings are damaged?
No, they took those damaged buildings off. So initially, you had $112 million in TIV, total insured value. And they made us take off all of the buildings that had damage that were totally unoccupied. And that was $10 million in values. So that reduced the values to $102 million. And then of that $102 million of value, all they're gonna pay you, regardless of how much damage there is, on how many buildings there are that's on that schedule, all they're gonna pay you is $5 million, or 10 if you choose to buy the 10 million in name storm. It's ugly. It's ugly, but it's the best there is out there right now.
And let me just add that so we are trying to operate within some budget numbers. I mean, obviously, if we wanted to go find that full 102 million of TIV, if we wanted to get the limit up there, I'm sure we could. Because as we build this up, it's going to start getting a little cheaper as you go higher. But still, the final cost might be $4 million or $5. So, but that's one of the reasons for coming to the council to see what you would like to task us with. This is what we have right now, but if there's a desire to find something specific, we'll absolutely go look for it.
Councilman Segura?
Thank you, Council President. You made a comment about the deductible for the named storm going up to 10. Is that per storm, or will that be once the first storm is in the Gulf, and then if any more come, we'll go back down?
Per storm. Yeah, and
Per storm.
Per storm, but you're correct on homeowners, on admitted homeowners, it is a cumulative deductible, and that's what Commissioner Donlan's been talking about on the radio, so you might have heard that, but that law does not affect commercial lines.
Okay.
Councilman Wilmot?
What is the anniversary date for the current policy?
June 1.
Okay. So, Ms. Herring, do we have a meeting in here that we could defer this, or no?
No, sir. No. Your next meeting
Today's
is June
5/20,
2nd.
yeah, June 2nd, so
Your next meeting is June 2nd. So this needs to be advertised and
So it's got to be done now.
published, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Councilman Brannigan?
Okay, so last year we had 111 million of coverage. This year, total insured value and policy limit was 111 million. This year, it's 102 million and 5 million for $652,000 a year. So if an insurer came in and we went back up to 102 of policy limit, does that, the premium is gonna go through the moon.
That's what I was saying, it might be $4 million. Because what you're looking at there, Councilman, is what Helena had to work with to prepare for the council meeting, but while we've been here, we got to that 10 million number, which is the 10 million limit of insurance, which is the 1 million number that we gave a moment ago. $1,103,900, no, I'm sorry, $1,103,914.
Councilman Hayes?
Hell, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, Sigma's a great company, and Ryan, I know you've done everything you can. I guess at this point, we should try to do the 10 million in lieu of doing nothing. We need to do something by June. But honestly, the way it is, for 100 million, if you think it's gonna cost 4 million, I think that's something we should be looking at. I mean, what is that limit gonna do to us if we have another storm?
It's dire.
Well, and the action we need to take today is based on what we have
Yeah,
in front of us.
that's all we can do.
And-
And thank you all for your good work. I know how hard it is.
And that direction may need to be given for, unless you think y'all want to sit back now for a little, maybe 2 hours and see if they come back with a higher amount. I mean,
Yeah, all the markets are closed for the day.
Well, it's a good thing our meetings lasted so long.
We're pretty close to.
Councilman Segura?
Well, just one more thing, if based on indication, we might choose this 10 million, which goes to 1,103,000, and it was 7 before. Finance Director, that 300,000 was not budgeted, correct?
It was, so we
Oh, it was?
budgeted an increase, we expected between a 30 and 50% increase, on insurance policies. So it was just an estimate, based on what we had at the time.
Okay, so the the projected
Million
premium
would
is
be.
in this budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm fine.
We don't have to do that by vote. Sorry, we're just.
That's okay.
Um,
If, does someone need a specific number for the 5, 10, or 7?
No,
I know
I'm
we've thrown out a
asking
bunch.
for clarification on procedure. I mean, my thought process and suggestion is that we go with the 10 million if we can get it. And I'm just asking the council clerk, how do we move forward with doing that based on what we've been presented with now?
Now, I know you were talking, but my question to him was, or to Liz was, where was the 300,000 increase in premium? But she said she's budgeted for it in this upcoming budget, so we have that window between if it renews June 1st, right, Liz?
Yes, that's the thing.
But you have money to cover from June 1st to July 1st?
Yes.
Okay, so.
While that's going on, Ms. Molina, you mind stepping forward maybe and just giving us your comments, if you don't mind?
I'm so sorry.
Please. No.
Thank you. Hi, Saley Molina, 5th District. I'm wondering, why is this coming before the council now when the policy was supposed to renew, when we don't have time to deliberate this or to even talk about this, and it's so important? And so and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the numbers that you have before you are for a $5 million limit for wind and hail, meaning for wind and hail, any storm or any wind and hail loss, you're only covered at $5 million, correct? Unless we make a decision tonight to change it and to move forward for an additional $300,000. So my question is, are all the buildings scheduled, and what is the replacement cost? Is the replacement cost, are we covering from 80 to 100% replacement cost on these buildings? And is there something that we can do? You know, a 10% deductible is outrageous, okay? And then now we're talking about, oh, well, if it doesn't cover it and you have more losses, then FEMA will come in. Well, we're dealing with FEMA right now with the situation with Ida and with Zeta. And so we're looking at considerably being denied by FEMA for some things. And so we can't just, bank, oh, FEMA's going to bail us out of this, but we should be adequately insured, whether it's through an insurance agency, various insurance agencies, which I don't think we've looked into. At least I don't have any, I haven't seen that. Or even retaining the risk. Insurance also includes retaining the risk. Because if you're going to pay $5 million a year for he said it could go up to $4 million. For $4 million of coverage, that makes no financial sense.
No, it's from.
It makes.
No,
So it would be for the $100 million? Okay, and so.
In their defense, Ms. Molina, as they said, and as what was revealed in this meeting, they got that information to be able to increase it. Insurance companies are changing things weekly on commercial side, personal line side.
I'm a commercial insurance agent.
Okay.
I'm
And
aware.
So what's happening is they've been working on this for many months. This is the most that they're getting quotes for that companies are willing to write.
Right.
And it's just the marketplace as it is
No,
now.
I understand that.
So-
My question is, they've been working on it for months. We couldn't have a meeting with you guys to give you this information so that you're prepared when you come here and you're not being, thrown. Do we have another meeting that we can defer this to? And the answer is no. And so there's no time for you to you have to vote on the fly for something that's a $300,000 increase. It just doesn't seem responsible to me. And it doesn't seem that you guys had the information. Having a quote before coming here and having all that information and all of these questions answered would have
Well, we did
helped.
have the quotes.
Okay.
This increase, they just received that information while the meeting was going on.
Okay.
So that's what the discussion's about, but we've had the information.
Okay, and one last question. The buildings that were removed because they're not being occupied, like City Hall A, B, and C, those, I'm assuming, are the ones that were removed along with other damaged buildings. So those are not included in this policy?
That's correct.
So we are uninsured for those buildings? I just want that to be on record. We are uninsured for those buildings. And we're going to move forward insuring other buildings. And they are at between 80 and 100% replacement costs, correct?
So it's hard to say on such a large schedule if every building is covered to its exact appraised value. The good news is on this policy and the prior policies, there is no co-insurance penalty on the city's property insurance policy. So you will not be penalized if the building is not covered at that 80 or 100%, if that's the thought on.
Well, the question is about replacement costs. So say we have a building and the question is not on appraised value, but on replacement cost. We want to make sure that we're insured to the point where we can replace the losses that we have, the loss of the building, or whatever losses we have. So my question is, are we, and is there a way that we can, before next year, let's say, that we can get to a point where we can have a schedule of the buildings that are insured and its replacement cost so that we know Woodward Gym is only insured 50% replacement cost, and then, the City Hall is at 80% replacement cost, so that we can at least have a roadmap of where our insurance lies. We've had a lot of losses in the last few years. It hasn't just been Ida. It's been Zeta. It's been, Isaac, Gustav, you name it. We've had it. And my last question is, at that meeting about the buildings, the word mitigation was thrown around so much, but it was never defined. And it's my understanding that FEMA defines mitigation as taking steps to prevent future losses from happening. So, or, to stop future losses from happening. So, for example, if for example, for me, I had a frame house, and so with my repairs, I'd made repairs to where now I have, my house is fire resistive. So are we, in the mitigation steps that we've taken that you had mentioned, Ms. Herring, did we take any mitigation steps to make it less likely for us to have a loss?
So you're correct how FEMA defines mitigation, so it's a little different. The mitigation that happened already was just to prevent more damage, like a temp roof or drying floor, stuff like that. We're not at the level yet with FEMA on a mitigation grant where we can improve our facility. That is the goal. We have, I have ideas. I'm sure a lot of departments have ideas. We'll meet with the council and the new administration on preventing damage from another storm. And that's what FEMA wants. They don't want to keep paying you. They want you to build something that's going to, withstand the damages. So we are moving to that, but when we talk about mitigation costs to our contractors now, it was just to prevent further damage from Ida.
Okay, because I guess my point is that if we can take the correct mitigation steps, maybe we can save some money on insurance by, building rebuilding better. And like Deborah was saying at the meeting, that instead of having, two elevators for two buildings, we would have one elevator for one central building, and that would cost less to rebuild.
Yeah.
And so that would be,
Yeah, so and FEMA does a program 428. I'm sure everyone's heard it. It's newer down here, but it's basically you build your wish list, the best possible building the city could ever want or have, and you submit that to FEMA. And as long as everything is in line and they feel like it's a necessary mitigation improvement, then they would, fund that for the city, so.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to bring up those questions so that when you guys vote, you're financially conservative and make a good decision, because this 10% deductible, $5 million coverage policy just doesn't sound like it's good. I mean, nothing against you guys. I know you guys have done it's the market, but it just, it is what it is. Thank you.
I would like to address one of the things that she was questioning, and that is replacement cost values. Over the past few years, we have recommended increasing values because we recognize that the values are low and they have not been increased for increases cost in construction for a number of years now. And so that will probably affect how much you get on these claims for Ida, because the values are low. So another thing that we do recommend is that that you conduct building evaluations on all of the buildings on the schedule and increase those values to true replacement cost values, because we are confident that they are not at replacement cost values at this time. And they have not been for a number of years now. And that's something that really needs to be addressed.
Councilwoman McKinney, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Council President. I just had a quick question. So if, I know we talked about the chances of if we don't get anything now, then it'll likely go up, or we won't be able to get anything if we don't increase. If we decide, if you in the future, in the next 3 months or, pending period, do find something new and continue to look, would we be able to cancel this and get another policy? Would there be a penalty or anything like that?
Well,
I'm not as familiar with insurance as my colleagues, so
it would depend on how soon we canceled, because there's always a minimum premium. So if it was 6 months in, we would probably meet that minimum premium and would be able to do a cancel rewrite and get all the return premium back on the policy that you cancel. But if we did that a month from now, then you wouldn't get all the pro rata return premium, because you would be subject to that minimum premium that the carrier would keep.
Okay, thank you.
But also, just to that question, it's very unlikely that a carrier is going to come in here and want to write $100 million. So I don't foresee this policy going away as much as maybe building over it and working up to that limit. So you wouldn't have to cancel, you would just bring in more limits.
Supplement, okay, thanks.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, if I could, read the amendment, you want to?
Please.
Okay. There's been a proposed amendment that Section 1 will now read, excuse me, that the council ratifies the proposal from Sigma Consulting Corporation for commercial property insurance for the period of June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2023, and authorizes Sigma to continue to look for additional or better coverage up to $1,103,914. Is that okay? I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, on the amendment as the clerk has read into the record. Anybody has any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Morella?
Thank you for allowing me to come back up here again, but just one brief question to this young lady here and this gentleman. Are there any agent fees involved here along with commissions?
No agent fees. There is commission on policies.
But no agent fees? All right, thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Wait, if I
Oh,
can,
Councilman.
just for clarity, we're going with the 10 million?
Yeah, we're authorizing to go to that dollar amount that they gave us, yes.
Council members, please vote on the amendment as the clerk read. Councilmember Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. On 15G as amended, council members, please vote. Councilman Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes,
Yes.
Brannigan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 15H is summary ordinance number 12,981.
Excuse me. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
That's okay, thank you. An ordinance approving a cooperative endeavor agreement for water sector program with the state of Louisiana for the Department of Public Works. I have a motion by Councilmember Brennan, seconded by Councilmember Brannigan.
Mr. Shriner?
Yes, sir.
If you would just expound on this for us, please, Mr. Shriner.
This is the water sector grant that I think we mentioned it before, that we applied for and we were successful. This grant provides over $4 million to the city. The city has to put up a little bit over $1 million. All of this goes towards actually it's a replacement of the 4 MGD station. That's the lift station that is right next to the Wood Lake Gym.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Council members, please vote. Councilman Brannigan,
Yes.
Brennan,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yay.
Wilmot,
Yay.
Carroll,
Yay.
Segur,
Yay.
Hayes.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 16 is ordinances and resolutions in summary for first reading. Item 16A is an ordinance approving Amendment Number 2 to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement with South Central Planning and Development Commission Incorporated for residential and commercial building, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical inspections within the city of Kenner to increase the agreement amount by an additional $100,000 and to extend the current term to September 30th, 2022. Item 16B is an ordinance accepting the lowest responsive bid received from Risk Tree Service, LLC, to provide tree work on an as-needed basis in accordance with seal bid number 22-6658 and an amount not to exceed $300,000 annually for the Department of Field Services. Item 16C is an ordinance approving Amendment Number 1 to the agreement with Gills Carpet Sales Incorporated for carpet tiles as needed, increasing the agreement of $50,000 to a new not-to-exceed amount of $90,000 annually for the Department of General Services. Item 16D is an ordinance accepting the lowest responsibility received from Lightel Enterprises of Ohio, LLC, to supply signpost, brackets, and miscellaneous sign supplies as needed in accordance with seal bid number 22-6661 and an amount not to exceed $40,000 for the Department of General Services. Item 16E is an ordinance accepting the lowest responsibility received from Universal Signs and Accessories to supply aluminum sheet and sign blanks as needed in accordance with seal bid number 22-6662 and an amount not to exceed $40,000 for the Department of General Services. Item 16F is an ordinance approving Amendment Number 1 to the agreement with MSMM Engineering, LLC, for various engineering and architectural services to increase the not-to-exceed amount by $50,000 for the Department of Public Works. Item 16G is an ordinance approving an engineering agreement with MSMM Engineering and LLC to provide professional engineering services as associated with the wastewater treatment plant number 3, clarifiers 1 through 4 rehabilitation project for the amount not to exceed $358,262 for the Department of Public Works. Item 16H is an ordinance approving an engineering agreement with Shred, Kirkendall and Associates Incorporated to provide professional engineering services associated with the transfer Chateau Transfer Station Improvements Project for the amount not to exceed $312,984 for the Department of Public Works. Item 16I is an ordinance ratifying the emergency repair of 4 MGD lift station pumps numbers 2 and 3 by Fluid Process and Pumps LLC in the amount of $160,259 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16J is an ordinance ratifying the emergency repair of 4 MGD lift station motor number 2 by Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $19,294.97 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16K is an ordinance ratifying the emergency replacement of 4 MGD lift station motor number 3 by Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $47,821.50 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16L is an ordinance ratifying the emergency repair of 27th and Salem lift station pump number 2 by Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $24,416.19 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16M is an ordinance ratifying the emergency replacement of 33rd and Connecticut lift station pump number 2, base elbow, Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $6,875 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16N is an ordinance ratifying the emergency repair of 35th and Ole Miss lift station pump number 2 by Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $29,913.53 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16O is an ordinance ratifying the emergency replacement of Gabriel lift station pump number 1 by Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $5,250 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 16P is an ordinance ratifying the emergency repair of the treatment plant North Froth Pump by Precision PSI LLC in the amount of $17,089.50 for the Department of Wastewater. Item 17 is reports from the council and/or special committees.
Councilman Brannigan?
Yeah, I've got a question for the Shahardy Sherman attorney. Is she here?
I
Okay.
apologize. She left, Councilman.
Okay, because today, when we were talking about amendments and everything, she said that we could do amendments. And last year, the firm told us we couldn't do amendments. There was some process they
I
had
think
to
it was
do.
a-
You had to advertise it, and
I think the issue was about after the budget was adopted, it was what happened after that. So this is the budget being adopted. And again, I was not part of that process, but what I understand, the issue happened after you all adopted the budget, and then what happened after that is where the issues came in, not the initial adopting of it, which is where you all are now.
okay, well, I'll,
She'll be back at the
Oh,
next meeting.
she'll be at-
And I
okay.
can have her, actually, I'll have her contact you on Monday.
that'll work. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President. And it looked like a couple of the people that I wanted to speak to are not here. First being the recreation, but my question is related to the Splash Park in District 1. To get the status of that, when do we expect the park to open up? And if he's not here, or either one of them was not here, and I definitely understand that. I guess if they can just reach out to me on Monday so I can find out, what's going on, because school's almost out, and obviously that's a cool spot to be in. Also, the co-director is not here. There are some questions I'd like to ask him about the co-director? Yes, Mr. Conjimmy. There he goes. Thought you had snuck out of here on us, man.
No, sir. No, sir.
But
Yeah.
I have received a number of calls, complaints, questions about the Malcolm Apartments. I've never called it the Malcolm Apartments. I've always called it the Red Apartments. You know exactly what I'm talking about, being from South Kenner. And they have been dealing with a number of issues with the owners of that property, and they've changed 2 or 3 times. The concerns are now there are a number of seniors that are still not back in their home. So I would like for us to schedule something, or for you to go, for the department to ask, to go there and say, hey, what's the status? And then if, you and I can talk, and then we can see how we move forward in getting them to either expedite it or let us know what is going on for the people that live there. And I'm not sure if you are familiar with any of the latest status, but if you can find something out, I would appreciate that.
Sure, I'll do it. If, do you have any phone numbers, addresses, anything like that?
The only number that I have is an old number because it changed ownership, like I said. So someone texted me a number, and I don't know if it's new, but I can share it with you after this. And then you can start there, and then we both have to start about getting.
We'll take care of it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
And my last thing is there was a work order we put in for a street, Butler Street, to get repaired in the city of Kenner. I did have an opportunity to speak with the director, Mr. Melvin. He said that, as far as his end, we're just waiting for it either to get signed from the mayor's office, and if not that, then if it's something else, then I guess I would like to know that so we can move forward because, the residents calling me on that. Is that something could be answered today, or I'll have to wait until Monday again, too, for a project to repair a street? And I did speak with Mr. Melvin. He said that as far as he know, it had gone through the process and is just waiting to be signed. I just want to make sure that's the case.
I will check with my assistant.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Item 18 is new business. This item was taken earlier. Item 19 is unfinished business and motions to reconsider or remove from a tabled position. We have none. Item 20 is persons wishing to address the council on special subject matter. Mr. Chairman, we have one. Mr. Al Morella.
Is he here? Oh,
Al Morella, 4260 East Loyola Drive, 5th District, 50 years. First, on the agenda, I want to acknowledge the 76th anniversary of the Kenner VFW number 7732, founded on May 20, 1946, 76 years today. Okay. Next item on the agenda, I want to talk about this investigative report on Channel 4 by David Hammer. It was on the 6th of May. And I want to say this. For over 40 years, I've been coming to this podium, and I've been addressing sweetheart contracts with this city. I've been addressing misuse of city resources. I've even addressed an issue where a political organization, a PAC in this city, required $2,500 from people who was invited to a forum before they could even speak. They had to commit to put up $2,500. And one time, this organization endorsed the same people running for the same seat, which was totally unheard of. But nobody wanted to touch that neither. So I say to the media, where have you been in the last 40 years? Asleep at the wheel? Or maybe complicit in the corruption that's been going on not only here in the city of Kenner. This corruption goes on every level of our government, from the local level to the state level to the national level. It's been going on since the beginning of time. Now all of a sudden, the media wants to make it look like they've uncovered something. This just started. No, this has been going on. And I've been at this podium talking about it for over 40 years. Now this issue in Holden, this is clearly, in my opinion, a misuse of city resources, which should never happen. It might even be in violation of the law. But we got the mayor-elect who said that he did not request these resources to be sent to Holden. And all because this mayor a liar. I don't see him here. He's the mayor-elect, but he's still our chief. There's nothing requires him to be here, but he should be here. Out of respect for the people who pay his salary. Okay? Now, having said that, I want to let the public know, May 26th, I'll reiterate it, we're going to have our Memorial Day ceremony right here in this chamber, right here in this building at 10 a.m. The public is welcome. I've already made an announcement to my VFW post, and all the members that want to come, feel free to come. Okay. Now, Councilman Carroll, this is respond to you. You're talking about those apartments, okay? I attend the Kenner Housing Authority meetings as well, okay? HUD does nothing about anything. Now, if these are Section 8 apartments and they got derelict landlords, HUD's supposed to step in and investigate and find out what's going on as far as those vouchers are concerned. This is where the city of Kenner, when I was on that board, we used to have a representative from the city attorney's office come to every meeting.
Your time is up, Mr.
Okay,
Morello.
I requested also that a deputy be there. We don't have that anymore.
Your
We
time
need to
is
be
up,
involved.
Mr. Morello.
Okay,
Thank you.
Anybody got any comments, any questions?
I do.
Mayor?
Thank you, Council Chairman. Look, I can let the mayor-elect respond when he comes back to a council meeting, but he signed a CEA with me, with the people in Holden, for the use of those vehicles. So I didn't see I didn't watch the interview. I'm to the point where, the media's going to say what they want about this administration or the city and try to give the city a black eye. But he signed a CEA with me, with the representative from Holden, and there are emails between a representative of the Kenner Police Department and the city attorney at the time. So if there's a memory loss somewhere by somebody, that's something you got to talk to him about. I thought the campaign was over. I heard that he said it was a lie. Look, the black and white speaks the truth. I got ahead of this story, and I told you all this. We got requests right after that for more tents to go someplace. Look, I called my administration, the city attorney, to say, what do y'all want to do? And they said, continue to do it. So we continue to do those things. And look, I understand, Mr. Morello, you don't like it. That's fine. That's your position. But there is no lie what the city told David Hammer. We told David Hammer the truth. I was approached by a representative of the Kenner Police Department for those vehicles, for that material. So I am not the one that's lying here. So look, when the mayor-elect gets back, and that's what he said, I didn't watch it, I've heard that from other people. You mentioned that earlier, you said it here on the record. If that's what he said, you have to ask him on the record. But the black and white CEA and also the emails speak for themselves that I'm not the one that's lying.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Morello. Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just want to respond to Mr. Morella with regard to the incoming mayor-elect. He was didn't attend this meeting because he was meeting with Representative Scalise about getting funding for future. So I just wanted to have that as a clarification, and that's why he's not here. I think it's important for him to be here as well, but he's doing other work for the city. So thank you.
Ms. Molina?
Saley Molina, 5th District. I just wanted to take my 3 minutes to, first of all, you guys do a great job up there, and I definitely wanted to give Natalie, the clerk, and Teresa a thank you. They do an amazing job. Earlier today, Sydney Torres was here, and we talked about recycling, and I had the opportunity to go be one of those people that toured a recycling facility. And I just wanted to clarify some things just for the public, that most recycling, when it is picked up, whether it's the little bin or the big bin, it's all trash. It's all contaminated. It's all compromised. It's not until it makes it to the recycling facility, and if you guys have gone and looked at it, you would know, where the trucks dump all of the recyclable trash okay? They recyclable trash, and they dump it out, and then it goes through a series of conveyor belts and different things like that. It's a great field trip. It's a great after-school special, and it separates the boxes from the plastics, and then the magnets separate the metal from the plastics. And at the end of the conveyor belt, you have bales that are made that then that company sells, and that is their product. That is what they make. They make bales of paper, bales of tin, bales of aluminum, whatever, and then they sell it to their customers. Their customers will come in and buy paper, recyclables, so that they can make recycled paper, etc. So it's a little misleading to say that one greasy pizza box is going to contaminate our recycling. That is not true. Actually, one of the things that facility who used to take our recycling told us is that the Kenner residents, we are one of the best recyclers. We are one of the most dedicated. Our bins are clean. We are the least contaminated. When you go there, you see that everything from every truck, from every vendor, every Orleans, everywhere, Kenner, is contaminated. And it is then decontaminated in the conveyor belt process. Now, Mr. Torres gave us a really great offer, which I think we should graciously take him up on it. He said he would do whatever's best for Kenner, and whether it's maybe finding a different vendor for the just the recycling, not all the garbage, but just the recycling, or put it on pause until he can get his operation with the conveyor belts that are necessary to decontaminate. But I think this is something that we should really look into, because it's $40,000 a month that could go towards insurance, because it's really not going anywhere. We have 7,000 of the bigger bins out there now, and we're being charged for 22,000 residents. Another thing is that we keep mentioning, or it keeps being mentioned, that we cannot see a contaminant inside of that black can. And my question is, was there ever a point where we believed that we could see through that black can? Was there ever a point that we thought we're going to see a contaminant through that black can? And we're not. We're never going to see it. My
Your
time's
time
up.
is up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Wilmot?
Ms. Molina, if you can come back just for a second, please. I just wanted to ask, because I'm curious, where did y'all go tour?
We went tour somewhere on St. George Street and by Harahan. It was a pretty big operation, and I do have pictures that I took and some videos that I took that I'm going to share with the council. So I will be emailing you guys today, no later than tomorrow, with those pictures. I'm going to use some of that footage, and I am on social media, on the radio, on Wednesday mornings, 7 to 8, and so we're going to talk about this, and so I'm going to use some of that footage, but I am going to send it to you guys so that y'all can see. I took a video of the entire process so that I could be there for you. So in your absence, I can gather the information that you need in order to make an educated decision on this. And then another thing that you guys brought up is, how do we get the information to the general public? Well, right now with IV Waste, since we have to order the bins, the carts, the smaller carts, we could easily issue the cart, and with the cart inside of the lid, put a notice and put, hey, neighbor, recycle A, B, and C, but don't recycle, X, Y, and Z. And one of the things that the facility mentioned was they really only recycle 1 and 2s, plastic type 1, plastic type 2s. Everything else is garbage. And it doesn't matter if the Tide bottle has a little liquid in it. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a pizza box with grease on it. The guy at the top of the hopper thing will grab it and throw it, and then that's what goes to the garbage, and they will only pay a tipping fee for that. But it doesn't get charged to us. It gets charged back to whoever was paid for recycling. So, that's just a bit of information that I just wanted to share with you.
And I appreciate that very much. What's interesting is it's a local recycling plant, which is I apparently from earlier today, that conversation we had, I didn't know that we had anything. We're sending our recyclables to Baton Rouge.
Because that gentleman and the local gentleman is at capacity. But
Okay.
maybe if we went back to the other provider, the previous provider, I don't know if that's a possibility, but in my mind, not only, if he were able to take our recyclables, not only would we be supporting a local company and getting our recyclables actually recycled and not just thrown into the garbage for contaminated, but then, I'm not sure if I'm correct on this, but then technically we wouldn't have violated the contract because he's back to work for Kenner. So I don't know if that would get us out of that lawsuit or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that if we do a little bit of homework, we can, like Mr. Torres said, he wants to do what's best for Kenner, and I'm sure you guys do, like we do, if we could sit down at the table and negotiate, come up with the best solution possible for the residents of Kenner.
Thank you for that information. Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Saley, Mr. Faro sent that flyer to me. It'll be on Facebook sometime tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll share it immediately when I see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. President, and Ms. Saley, just to, Mr. Torres left before I could go back and ask him again about the mechanisms that he's using to supply the bins. And I have not read the contract in full detail because the devil is always in the detail. But if we're getting charged for 22,000, we should have 22,000. It doesn't make a difference how you apply for it. But again, I want to make sure that the contract doesn't have any caveats in it. But if we're getting charged for 22, he needs to deliver, was it 13,000 more or 14,000 more?
Right. Well, but I do understand his point of view from a businessman's point of view. It's going to be an increased cost for him where people are just going to throw extra garbage in it, and it's going to make the situation even worse. It's not going to make it better. What we maybe should do is what he suggested, which is to put the recycling on pause until everything gets ironed out. And I know I've exhausted my 3 minutes, and it's been a 6-hour meeting. Everybody's dying to get out of here. But yeah, that's the answer to the, there are solutions. And Mr. Torres was, I think very open and willing to come to solutions with the city of Kenner, and we should,
explore
those.
Yeah, I agree. All I'm saying is we're paying for 22.
You're paying for 22.
There's no doubt about that. If we're paying for 22, then we should adjust that down to at least adjust it down to the 7.
But either way, he said he doesn't have the conveyor belts and the things necessary in order to decontaminate the recyclables. So he may not be in 100% position to take the recyclables. So we may need to look at a different solution from that point of view.
And that's my point, another solution.
But he also mentioned that Waste Management is building a facility that he would be able to have access to, but we don't know when that would be built or when he would have access to that. Until then, are we going to be paying $40,000 a month till we figure that out?
That's my point. I don't want to make an excuse for him. We're paying for 22.
Exactly.
The contamination part is another issue. We're paying for 22.
We're paying for 22.
We need to address that
and
right
we
now.
only have 7.
That's right.
7,000. Now let me say this to the people that still have their City of Kenner recyclable, the small. You can still use that. IV Waste will pick that up. If you want to recycle, if you're one of those people who have not contacted IV Waste, which you can, just get online, call them, give them your address. They'll send a bin within a day or 2. They have it there. They've been very responsive about that. But if you don't have that and you don't want to do that, you can still use your green bin and put it out in the front. They'll take it.
Yeah, great. And this is my last time saying it. We're paying for 22.
We're paying for 22.
So we got to address that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman, your time is up. Councilwoman McKinney?
Yes, I just want to say, I think we should commission an Archer study on recycling program for the benefit of Councilman Brennan.
Okay. On that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.